Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. TJ Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of TJ Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because TJ Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Welcome. How y'all doing today, man? I know a lot of YouTubers on, but thank y'all for coming through and chilling with me. If y'all want to talk on this topic today, you are more than welcome to chill out and be good with us. How y'all doing today, man? How is everybody doing? Make sure you like the video. If you have not, if you're just coming into the stream, make sure you hit that like button. Help us out. Uh, Click the like button. Helps with the YouTube algorithm and all that. Best way to support the show is to let other people know you're watching. Okay, so do like I do. If you want to show extra support, what you can do is share this out to the people in your social networks. That's what I'm doing right now, letting people know on Facebook that today we are talking about the single family model. I'm going to try to keep this one a short show. I don't really got much time today. I got an all staff call at 2:15, that type of so live now. All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. Trickle on in. Hold on. Y'all good? Y'all all right? We in here. Y'all trickle on in. We got 32 people watching, 20 likes. If you're just coming in, go ahead and hit that like button. Hit that like button right now and come on through to the show. We're talking about the single family model today. No smoke, but y'all already know we gotta have hard conversations. No matter how you slice it, we gotta have these conversations. So no point avoiding it. We gotta grow up sometime. We definitely acting grown. That's how we made all these mistakes in the first place. So we're going to have grown up conversations about how to fix it for the future. And we like to do that on the Trigger Mike Show. We like to have difficult conversations, contentious conversations, if you will, because they need to be had. There's no point in saying that our children, sons, daughters, etc., need to be doing this, that, and the third if we're not willing to admit where we messed up and accept and give criticism, if you ask me. Send some stuff to the trash. This is going to be a good one because I got a video that I want to show. I've been trying to speak on this one for a while. But how y'all doing, man? Like, subscribe, hit the like button if you're just coming into the stream. Hit the like button if you're just coming into the stream. We got 33 people watching, 22 likes. I know you could be anywhere in the YouTube universe, but you're here with me today, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. Damn, I need a haircut. Fade not really fading right now. It's all good. How y'all doing today, though? Let's do some housekeeping. For those of you just coming in, please hit that like button. Share and subscribe if you could not. If you have not subscribed to this great network that is the illustrious Lapeef Network, please do so. And as always, we want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Teej Hanley, 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description below. Get that uncomplicated skincare for men popping for you. Damn, everybody live right now. This shit crazy. It's all good. None but love. I got a little bit to say on this, then we're going to keep it moving on to other topics. But let's talk about this, man. Let's talk about this. First, let's see who we got in the chat. Am I muted? Y'all can hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Happy hump day. It is absolutely hump day. Terrible freaking week. Terrible freaking week. All right, y'all can hear me. Bet. We good. We good. We good. How y'all doing? We got Jill in the chat showing love. MS Best. What's going on with you? What We Know podcast. What's good, sir? AXB5. Appreciate the love. Darius Horton, what's happening? Quincy, what up? What up? John the Baptist, what's going on? John O. Digital Night. All right, let's get into it, man. We're going to talk about some stuff today. What I want to do, I want to play this video I found. This lady makes very key points. What we're going to do is we're going to watch the video in detail. And it talks about just family and the model that we are supposed to have family in. And don't get confused by the thumbnail. You know, I sent the text to JR this morning, so you know he creates all the thumbnails. And when I said single family model, this is one of the contexts in which we know a single family to be, but I actually meant single family as in nuclear family as well. Dad, mom, and children. That is a single family, meaning when we purchased a home, if you have townhomes and you have single family homes, meaning one family usually lives in this dwelling. So that's the model we're talking about today. That is the model that is most often represented in the suburban areas in the United States, well, around the world. All right. Well, not even around the world. Not everybody has a single family home, but we're going to get into it. Let's talk about this real quick. Stay tuned.
Aggressive because nobody wants to hear this, because what you want me to say today is actually being a single mother is totally possible. It actually isn't. It was never meant to happen for the human race, number one. Number two, single biggest determiner of whether a mother is a good mother, what do you think it is? This is going to blow your mind when I tell you the answer. Whether they have a supportive partner. The major argument for good dads is actually, can the dad be there for the mom? Because it's like a direct chain is what we see. What you see is that if you've got a father figure, basically, who's supportive to the mother's energy goes towards the children. But the second that she doesn't have that supportive energy, she collapses, is what happens. And then the kids get starved. And we're not actually supposed to be living in a single family household, so it's supposed to be a lot more support towards mom than just dad. But I'm going with standard societal structure. You are a victim of a society that was never meant to work this way.
I ain't gonna lie. I watched that shit several times in a row. I watched that video several times in a row. I think I agreed with every single thing she said. Not necessarily the way she said it all, but I'm not even gonna make a big stink about that, because what I want to do is play this video over and go in detail. And not only, do I believe she's right, statistics back her up, right? And what I mean by statistics is, well, first off, let's run full circle. You all have watched tons of stuff on YouTube, especially in this space, on YouTube in general, in Black YouTube specifically, Black Manosphere, worldwide, all of that. So you watch all of that. And when you listen to the rhetoric from men and women and how the family got broken apart, and women and their children and needing help and all of that, how could you possibly, unless you're just somebody who's against marriage or living with anybody, how could you possibly ignore what this woman is saying? You really can't do it. You can't do it unless you're thick-headed. You really can't ignore what this woman is saying. So we're going to go back through the video, and I'm going to stop on every point she makes, and we're going to break it down on how we got to this place in society and what we're expecting what I'm expecting it in part to happen when she talks. So let's restart it.
I'm going to be aggressive because nobody wants to hear this, because what you want me to say today is actually being a single mother is totally possible. It actually isn't. It was never meant to happen for the human race.
All right. So I think a lot of people may understand that, but you remember the apocalypse show that we had. And one of the things that men get credited with doing, and I guess it's not really a good thing anymore, is that a lot of people will say that we built society so well that women think they don't need us. Put a 1 in the chat, men, if you agree. We built this society and maintain this society so well that the women think they don't need us. So much so to the fact that they will have our children and think they can raise them without us. That's pretty terrible. That's pretty terrible. We built society too well. If you look at the apocalypse show that we had and you break it all the way down, how is a woman or even a woman with children ever supposed to care for those children? What I mean, provide for those children by herself in an apocalyptic world, or a world that's not functioning, or hold on, a third world country. A woman can't possibly provide a place where there is not the infrastructure that America has, or the Western world in general. A woman cannot provide for her children by herself. That single mother narrative can almost not exist in any other country. It was never supposed to happen. Ever supposed to happen. The name of the game is not on this topic is not shame, it's support. Where do you get your support from? That is all we want to know. In this country specifically, when it comes to families being broken and mothers taking custody of their kids, I never really understand when they have so much arrogance behind being a single parent or being a single mom, because that is not ideal for anybody. I understand if it's necessary, because you and the child may have been getting your ass whooped, mother or dad. It don't matter. People be putting hands on people. I understand if there was some kind of abuse and it was necessary, but it is never ideal. Ever. I don't understand. Like, usually when you hear people talk about something they did wrong, they're usually trying to cover it up by acting like it's coming from a position of strength. Even Tia Mowry talking to the people is like, I'm not staying in a situation that no longer serves me. Serves you? You're supposed to serve. Don't y'all find that terminology? Don't y'all find the terminology ironic? I keep telling y'all that this institution isn't for everybody. And you must serve. I hope nobody in the chat has a peanut allergy, because these are honey roasted. You are supposed to serve. You try to change your selfishness into arrogance, and you thought we weren't smart enough to see it. We have a single mother epidemic in this country. And this lady is telling you, this psychologist is telling you, I believe she's a sociologist, it was never meant to happen. I am not well studied. I'm not well read in any sociology, family destruction type of studies. Broken family studies and family dynamic studies. All I know is what I've been taught through life experience and what people have showed us, our peers, Generation X, millennials. All we know is what they've shown us. Arrogance. They had videos from the 80s of women with babies in their hands, babies with snot in their nose, talk about, I don't really think I need a man. I can do this by myself. Trying to come from a position of strength. Not my daughter, man. I'm trying to tell you, when people ask me, well, what are you going to do about your daughter? How are you going to raise her? If that girl does not understand a man's value, I have failed. Where many women have failed before her, she will not. This is not as hard as we're trying to make it seem. A woman is supposed to understand a man's value to her. Remember, because we talked about this, and I forgot to say this point the other day when we were talking about transactions in relationships. Men understand the transactional part of a relationship. That's why we don't need love in a relationship. Women do. We need respect. Respect is love to us. So I understand a woman that understands a man's value is more likely to respect him and keep that respect for him. One of my greatest fears, especially ever since I came on YouTube, y'all just made the fear worse. Once some of these ladies on YouTube started talking, I started getting scared. Like, oh snap, this is worse than I thought. Once y'all started talking, I was like, oh shit. But my greatest fear is that we have so many women that grew up without fathers, that grew up hearing poisonous rhetoric about men, that they were basically brainwashed against us. They're not going to know our value, and they will be absent of our help in their time of need. That is my greatest fear, because I don't know what the word is. I'm a naturist. I'm not up here telling you what Trigger Mike thinks. I'm telling you what nature dictates. Nature always wins. This ain't what I think. Go look at your history. People keep saying this phrase, and I hear it quite often. They'll say, modern problems require modern solutions. Here y'all go with that arrogant bullshit again. Ain't too much modern out here. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I swear every generation acts like we invented sex and families. That's why the old folks always got to tell us, y'all don't know shit. Every generation acts like they invented sex and invented families, and their way is the best way. They have absolutely no substantive data, no historical data to say this is why I'm doing the shit I'm doing. You just think it's popping because you like it. Nah, bruh. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The family model will always be what's up. The family model will always be what's up. There's no getting away from it. Let's continue the video.
Number one. Number two, single biggest determiner of whether a mother is a good mother. What do you think it is? This is going to blow your mind when I tell you the answer. Whether they have a supportive partner.
Ladies, it's your turn. Do you believe that? The very first time, I've kept this video for weeks. I think I've had it for a few weeks. The very first time I heard it, I tapped away from the screen and guessed. I used the term husband. She said partner. I don't believe in that. But some of y'all do, and it's cool. That's why y'all hear me use the word companion all the time. I don't know what the hell a partner is. Y'all knew how hard it was to be a man. Y'all wouldn't like the term partnership either. I'm not saying it's not hard to be a woman. But if you knew this pressure that was on my shoulders, mm-mm, mm-mm. Listen, I said the number one factor that determines if a woman is going to be a great mother is if she has the support of her husband. And really not just her husband. On top of that, you can add her entire family. This is what I'm talking about when I say the single family model is not working. If a woman is stressed, if she has multiple kids and works, all of her troubles and everything she's feeling that isn't positive will get projected on one person. She may project some of it on the kids, but women seem to hate their husbands these days simply because he's there. And the one piece of data I always collect from husbands, because, you know, men are accountable creatures because we're solution oriented. Unless we feel like banging our head against the wall or hearing your mouth every day, we have to fix the problem so you can shut up. So dudes talk to each other. And I'm not about to sit there and give him a dumb solution that it's not going to fix anything, because he's coming for solutions. But women tend to blame the man simply because he's there. And a piece of data that I get from most men that are having trouble with their wives, well, what are you doing about it? What interventions are you trying? And sometimes I want you to notice when you ask men this, they'll get immediately frustrated, because I get it now that it's been done to me a few times. When people ask you, what have you done? Sometimes you take it as an insult, because they're basically assuming that you're stupid enough to not have done what was necessary to make sure your wife does not have an attitude anymore, that she feels supported and has the help she needs. What he's basically telling you is, I need something new. What have you done? Because I've tried everything. I've exhausted everything in my repertoire and my bag of tricks. And I started getting that response so much from men that I realized that there's nothing a man can do. For some women in their house, they are upset at the way their life is organized and projecting it onto you. This is what I mean when I say the single family model isn't working. Never in history have just mom and dad been responsible for those kids. Never in history has just mom and dad been responsible for those kids. Do y'all know how hard that shit is? I mean, for real, for real. And I'm not gonna lie. If I had to do it, I could. I wouldn't be pissed. I'd just be exhausted. But I understand why so many moms are bitter. Single moms, I mean. Kids are exhausting. They're exhausting. So if you want to be a great mom, ask yourself, what type of support do you have? If you're not saying that you can't get it done, that you can't love your kids, but if you have no support and you're a single parent, if you have no support, how do you expect to be better than the person that has all the support? Than the person that got the spouse, the grandma, the grandpa, the aunt, the uncle, Any one of them will take them kids at a moment's notice so you can go on a date. Any one of those family members will be like, hey, we're going to, we'll give those kids enrichment. We'll pay for this activity because, hey, I ain't doing nothing else. I got that. I'll take care of that for him. Let me do that for my nephew. You can't beat that. You can't beat that type of support. Remember, one has always been better than two. How are you supposed to beat a squad as a single player? I don't give a damn if you were Michael Jordan. If you stepped on the floor with the Showtime Lakers and it was just you, you're not winning. If it's just you, how much can you do? Let's continue the video.
The major argument for good dads is actually, can the dad be there for the mom? Because it's like a direct chain is what we see. What you see is that if you've got a father figure, basically, who's supportive to the mother's energy goes towards the children.
This is the part I really wanted. I really wanted to talk about this with y'all. If you have a father that's supportive to the mother's energy goes towards the children. Now, I already know where this can go, and I'm not going to let y'all take it there today. In that statement she just made, there's so much to unpack, and I don't think everybody even saw it. We have a problem on all fronts. We are fighting a war on all fronts. Let me tell you how, and let me tell you why. We are fighting a war on all fronts. One of the arguments for is he a good dad is, can he be there for the mother? If the father is supportive of the mother, then the mother's energy goes towards the children. Let's unpack that. I am an extremely involved dad, obviously. It's not even just that I work from home and I get a lot of FaceTime with my children. I am intentional about being there not only for them, but understanding what their mother needs, because she understands them in a certain way. We tend to leave our women in charge of children's schooling, children's activities. We let them be the intermediary between the school, right? So we don't make them depressed, that they don't get communicated with by the teachers, right? So those teachers don't think they're bad moms for not communicating or participating in school activities. So we tend to give that latitude there. We tend to give the leeway for mom to handle those activities as it relates to the children. And men have to be intentional about supporting her in that endeavor. You got to be intentional. So in no way, shape, or form am I saying, well, dudes can be hands off and it's all right because moms don't need it. I hold a lot of pride in being a very involved dad, okay? But there is a little caveat here, something that we're not really noticing. Dads that try to support moms in 2023, a lot of them are getting rejected because it's not the support she needs that she's always looking for. It is some kind of ethereal fantasy style of support that she desires. That is one of the biggest problems in our community. You cannot always dictate the type of support you're going to get. The rules have already been written. You cannot dictate the type of support you're supposed to get. I have seen spouses blame their spouse for being at work. I think TD Jake said it. He's like, as a man, you can never get it 100. I think as dads, one of the things that we got to deal with is that mom is, an extremely hard job. But we can never get it 100 because of we get the most demands. And I don't mean like mom doesn't have a demand from the children and from us. We're the only ones that get crucified if we don't deliver. If mom is tired, if mom just had a hard day with the kids and she don't want to have sex with me, if there was a group of judges keeping score, they're going to be like, let her sleep. She's tired. Come on, man. Don't be a dick. Oh, come on, man. But if she needs something from me and I don't deliver, I get crucified. Okay? That is the difference. That is the major difference here. We need to understand that we need to give support to these mothers, and mothers need to accept the support that we're giving. It goes both ways. What else did I want to say on this topic? Because it's actually very important. Ladies, this goes to you and your career. I think my wife told me this, or I'm sorry, she told me that she read this on one of her mommy blogs. She said the only people that will remember exactly how much you worked and how much extra effort you gave in your career, the only people that are going to remember that is your children. Oh, shit. Tell me that's not a heartbreaker in itself. The only people that are going to remember how much you work, how much time you put in elsewhere outside of your home, the only people that are going to remember that are your children. Ladies, that career you got don't keep you warm at night. That career you got actually it may not even take care of you in old age. That career you have won't check on you while you're sick. It will not bring you the fulfillment in life that you think it will. Don't ask me for support so you can go give your attention and energy to a job. That's where the men are failing. There is nothing about a woman's job or her career that can help her be a better wife to you or a better mother to your children. Put a one in the chat if you agree. That is an epiphany for most men. Because even though you want better for your wife, you want her to accomplish her goals, those goals cannot hinder your efficiency in these roles as it's dictated. The rules have already been written. Don't go work overtime at a job, then come give us bare minimum. We're not accepting it. Don't go work overtime for Bob and come give me problems in my own house. I'm not accepting it. And you shouldn't either. If you are a man, support your woman, your companion, your wife, whatever you want to call her. But make sure that support goes back into y'all's household. That support you're giving her goes to the children for their enrichment. Everything is a net positive gain in your house. I support the shit out of my wife. I don't give a damn what the hell she's watching. I know there's a lot of toxic shit up here on YouTube and a lot of these spaces, a lot of toxic stuff. Because women feel unsupported. It doesn't mean they are unsupported. Because people are always trying to change the narrative of what a man should be doing for his family, should be doing for his wife, no matter how unrealistic that bullshit is. Support is simple. Support is as simple as, can you take the kids somewhere so they stop hounding me so I can get the laundry done? It's simple. Support is, we had a client late in an emergency at work. Can you stop what you're doing, even if it's the Trigger Mike show, to go pick up our daughter, please? I won't make it in time. How many times y'all see me jump off this damn, hey, I got to go pick up my daughter? Because that text came through. Support is, can you bathe the kids tonight? I know it's my night, but I got my ass whooped at work today. Fathers, it is very easy to be supportive. I want you to understand any support and energy that you give to your wife, to your woman, is a net positive for your household. One of the biggest reasons why I'm not even just agreeable to supporting my wife, I'm intentional about supporting her. Because when I bathe the kids, it's a party. Daddy, can you bring the toys in the tub, and can we do the thing with the boat? All right. Be intentional about supporting. But women, I'm telling you, I know this sounds crazy. Like, where is he getting this stuff from? I am married in real life. There are husbands out here giving support, and it's being rejected. You have to accept the support as it's traditionally given, not the love and hip hop types of support you think you need. Not stuff in the form of push gifts for having the damn baby you said you were going to have anyway. Not a necklace a month because you clean the house. Accept the support. Use your man where he's strong. My kids know, my wife knows, my kids can't whoop my ass. Not only will I take them out for hours on end, 6-7 hours, they come back happier than when they left. We can go run errands. What do we need from the store? What's on the grocery list? All the support you give in your house is a net positive for your family. Let's continue the video.
But the second that she doesn't have that supportive energy, she collapses, is what happens.
That's the point I wanted to make on y'all career. This is the point that I want to make about y'all career. Have y'all not heard women say that they are collapsing under the weight of what they have to do from the family? Put a 1 in the chat, ladies. If you've heard your friends say that, you are collapsing under the weight of what it is said you have to do for your family, for your children, for your husband. The only caveat, the only thing that I wanted to add in here that I felt needed to be said was that everything in this life requires balance. And no matter how much help you give to your woman, to your wife, your companion, if her life is not balanced correctly, she will collapse like this woman is talking about. If she has not healed trauma from her past, that is weight on her scale. If she doesn't talk to her family members and accept help from them that they're trying to give, she will collapse. Do not stand in your own way. My ultimate point is be ready to accept the help and support that is given to you. Let me give you an example of what I mean, since everybody needs examples. Let me give you an example of what I mean by wives not accepting help and how we get in our own way in 2023. Look at Anissa being toxic. What's wrong with a push gift? Nothing is wrong with a push gift. But expecting a new car or a YSL bag because you had a baby when babies are cost money and you should save that money for the baby is idiotic. And trust me, they're asking. Anissa, you made me forget my whole damn point. What was I saying? But let me tell y'all exactly what is happening. A wife says, I'm collapsing. I'm working. I'm trying to advance myself in my career. John, I'm going to let your ass up in a second. Hold on. I'm working. I'm trying to advance myself in my career. The children are kicking my ass. And you want me to have sex 3 times a week. Whoop-de-whoop. Men are supposed to be, husbands especially, we are solution-oriented. I say, my mother is available. I'm going to clear out that little office space we have, and we're going to move her in. She has agreed to drive the kids to and from school every day, so that burden is off of us. You can even sleep an extra hour. Doesn't it take us an hour to get the kids ready? She says she can do that. She can also help get dinner started or cook the entire meal, whichever one you're comfortable with. The men in the chat, the women of 2023, what will they say to that proposition of getting household relief? What do you think the modern woman will say? I will read the super chats while y'all give me answers. Is it a yes? Is it she saying yes or is she saying no? Marriage, politics, and sports, $5. Mike, there is a reason why daughters mostly reside in proximity to loving mothers. Indeed. They live on top of them, for real, for real. They eat there a lot. Let's go to my mother's house. Let's go take a walk with my mother. You're absolutely right. It's undeniable. John the Baptist, $5 says, Mike, I have a big issue with your intro on this matter. You probably have an issue with a word. That's usually what John's issue is. He doesn't disagree with me for real. He doesn't like the way I'm phrasing something. But let's see. Her Square says yes. Robert Williams says no. Trey says no. DeAndre says no. Fifi says no. Thank you. Most women are saying no because they put too much value on their personal space. I told you I'm married in real life. I got friends that talk to me about this in real life. The wife said, I need help. I'm drowning. I've contemplated deleting myself. He said, emergency. You need help. Let me get my mother in here to help us. I'm going to do everything possible to get you this help that you need. And she can do this, that, and the other. I gave you the outline he gave me. This was about 3 years ago. She said no. She don't want his mother invading her space. Good God Almighty. She couldn't even get her mother to agree to do that because she's already, hold on, y'all know what I'm going to say, raised her kids. His mother said yes. Crazy, isn't it? Let's finish the video out.
And then the kids get starved. And we're not actually supposed to be living in a single family household, so it's supposed to be a lot more support towards mom than just dad. But I'm going with standard societal structure. You are a victim of a society that was never meant to work this way. I'm going to be.
All right. So that's the last part of this monologue that I'm going to let up John the Baptist. And I know Rich wants to speak on this as well. I'm dropping a link right now. For those of you that have comments on the monologue and want to talk about this a little bit, maybe you have experience in the single family home, meaning mom, dad, and children, mom and children, or dad and children. Come up and let us know your experience with such a thing. And I also want to know if any of you have experience in the multifamily model. That is what she's talking about at the end of the video. Do y'all realize that we're not even supposed to be living in houses that look and are built this way? Houses are either supposed to be much bigger with multiple, what's it called? Any of my carpenter friends or anything like that. Multiple units. That's what I'm saying. It can be a house. It can be multi-level. It can be multi-unit. Different families living in the same house so they can provide assistance to each other. In this life, I'm telling you right now, in this life and in certain countries, do you not understand that I don't think daycare is not a business in other countries. Very few people have daycares. That is an American thing through and through. You might have certain provinces where everybody works for the government. So their kids got to be somewhere because the wife and the husband work for the government or something like that. But daycare isn't even a business in most other countries because that's how much family helps each other out. Usually grandma is not working. The women in those households, one by one, leave the workforce because all the men go out and make money. Y'all got to come here to Houston on like Harwin Road and some of these places. All of these Indian people, what do you think their wives doing when all these men are out hustling? They're bringing the money back to pay the mortgage on that big ass house they all live in. So what I mean when I say that the single family model is not working, some of y'all need to be involved in the multifamily model. If you complain about money at all, if you have a complaint about funds and resources, you should not be living in a house by yourself. Let me break that down in the layman's terms for y'all. If you make less than $70,000 a year, you should consider having a roommate if you're single. Because I understand that you think you may make enough money, but rent is going up. That shit's never coming down. Never again. We will never see $900 apartments in the Galleria again. That's what it was when I got here in 2013. I was hyped. I sent my sister-in-law there to see what the prices were, $1,600 and up. And that's even cheap. That's even cheap. We're never going back to that. So most of your money as a single person is going to get absorbed. FemK. That's an expression I've heard. Two queens can't rule in a house. Oh, I thought you said I've never heard. I was about to say queens don't rule. So problem solved. What's going on, fellas? I gotta get John first. In fact, I gotta get John first because he was coming in hot to chat. What's going on, John?
What's going on with your trigger? And of course, you are right. It's not everything. It's the way everything you should have an issue with.
Oh, I know.
But it was something that it was. I think your intro was great. To be honest, it was great. The concept, I caught the concept, the idea. We do need multifamilies. Rather, we're not designed to be single family the way we live in modern day society in America. But the one issue that I do have is, and I actually did this. I actually did this in my marriage too. And this is something that I look as I got older, and I moved away from it. And I'm also teaching my son not to make the same mistake that I made, and when he's raising his family. Well, it gave him this advice, let him do what he wants to with it, and that is, we as especially husbands in this of a Generation X, and I guess you'll be millennial. What we tend to do is try to go overboard and do more to make our wives feel supported and things that make sure they can do the things they need to get done in their day. And I think where we make a mistake is that when we can do things around the house, but if I could change one thing about the way we do it in today's society is I don't think we should encourage our wives to work. Because what ends up happening is when she gets overwhelmed with her schedule, well, you get overwhelmed because I don't need you to slack off at home. I need you to slack off at work. Matter of fact, if this becomes a routine situation, you may need to leave work and actually make your work be full time at home. The more and more you can handle your schedule, and the more and more I have to support you and help you carry your schedule so you can do your duties at work and neglect me at home. This is the problem I have with what you was kind of saying earlier. Is like I would do more, and I've done this too. I would do more to relieve her home schedule so she can stay at work longer.
Yep.
And that's the problem I have with the conversation. Is like, no, if I gotta do more at home so you can do more at work, I need for you to do less hours at work. Go from 40 to 30. Go from 30 to 20. Or if it becomes an issue, you still can't handle it, let that job go.
Wait, you thought I said that I need to support her so she can do more hours at work?
Well, I'm not sure of what phrase you heard, but the concept, what I heard though is like sometimes you'll come home and wash the clothes. I mean, excuse me. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to make sure the phrase that you said it. You will come home and may do some activities because she may get home work for late. I'm not, and I'm going to speak to just your situation. I thought about your situation, made me think about my
Oh, okay,
situation.
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't saying necessarily just you. I'm saying what you kind of you said something similar to what I kind of did. I
Yeah.
probably did more of it than you did though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, Payne.
Yeah, I try to keep these. This might be a little longer than usual. First, one of the things, John, I just got to say, I understand what you're talking about where the woman has to stay home or you encourage it. I mean, maybe 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, that might have been something that we could live by, but it's almost impossible for one salary to carry normal households, not even above average households, just normal ones. So I think the narrative is, how do you navigate two parents having to work? And that's where I think we have a lot of issues with relationships and marriage. Well, marriage in particular, because the negotiation between the two couples never seems to be vetted properly before they take the vows. And I'm not going to say who's more responsible or not. Let's just leave it at that. I just think that there needs to be a better reckoning between two people who want to be together, under the understanding that one salary ain't going to be enough if you want to have a regular lifetime. If you want a lifestyle, if you want to live in some kind of podunk, well, not even podunk, but someplace where one salary can cover it, then you have to sacrifice some of the amenities of life. It's just as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
And your woman's going to have to be, and really your woman's going to have to want to be the one who wants to acquiesce to that, because a man won't care. So this is something to think about when we give that kind of advice out. It's just sometimes it's just impossible to be one salary. Now, let me just give you my anecdotal kind of thing, because you are right about a woman working and she can't handle that at home, because that's exactly what I had to do with my wife. She was having so much trouble at work with her boss that she was coming home frazzled every single day, and I couldn't take it. I said, listen, and she was making around $40-something thousand in 1980 something, 1990, early 90s. So that wasn't that was a little bit of change. So I said, listen, I'll find a way. And here's what happened with me. I'm gonna be real quick on this one. I never let the way we lived overcome how much I could afford to pay for everything. So her money was just gravy. So when she left her job, I didn't have to change my lifestyle or our lifestyle as a family. And it was one of the things I purposely did, when always looking at her money as gravy. Are you guys still there? What happened?
Indeed. Now,
Okay. I can't wait home before I go. Okay, something happened.
No, I'm sorry. You have more?
Yeah, let me just finish this. And I'm gonna land on this. Getting off of me, or getting on to where you say that a super family structure is good. When I was in the early, when I was really young, I had to move in with my grandparents because my mother was sick. Okay, so me and my brother moved in. My grandmother and grandfather had 3 daughters in the house. One was a married couple, and both of the other daughters were working. They had their own rooms. So I had to share a room. Me and my brother had to share a room with 2 of my cousins. So we had we had the bunk beds, right? Cousins on the bottom, me and my brother's on top. And we had an Irish setter who was in our room, and a cot for one of my cousins who was visiting. So almost every night it was 5 of us in this room. I can't remember how we used to study or do anything. It was only one bathroom in that place. It was an apartment and home. And we lived that way for a very long time until we moved to a big house in the Bronx. So, and that family support has been there for generations in our family. And so I'm gonna just land it with this. Around 30 years ago, there was 5 girl cousins in my family, young ones, all of college age. They all got pregnant in the same year. No marriage, no nothing. And
hell no.
All of them. And I tell them to this day, I said, you guys had some kind of pact. They all deny it. The only reason why all of those ladies have careers, their children went to college, and they had food to eat and a place to stay was because the infrastructure that was built from the family for support, from their parents and my grandparents, or else they would have been destitute on the street. That was the only reason. And that support is not there today for Gen Z and the millennials. It's just not. That people died off, blah, blah, blah. So I have anecdotal kind of evidence that the family structure was bigger than just a husband and a wife, and that it's going away. You know, because I keep the family tree in my house, so I've seen how the generations change from everybody being married to almost nobody being married. So let me just
Hey
All
Trey,
right, Trey.
I know you ready to go, Trey, but you mind if I take 2 minutes and jump in front of you? With your permission.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to address what Arpain said. And I think you're right. We do agree more than we do agree more, because I think you kind of said that toward the end of your statement. So I agree with what you're saying, but to push back on that, you need more than one paycheck. Well, according to the model that Trigger Mike is talking about, the man wouldn't have just one paycheck. If you go by traditional families, or excuse me, the way that it should run when you have multiple families living in multiple generations living in one family, as the seniors as your fathers and mother begin to retire, the inheritance moves to the son. The wealth and everything moves to the son. He now manages his parents' wealth, and his parents may move into his house with him as well too, because of their senior advanced age. And so now you have the benefit of the mother and father's money, what they accumulated with their experience to watch over their grandkids while the mom and dad are actually working and running a house. You now have a more support system. So for you're not carrying the budget alone, and you're also not carrying the work alone. Everything becomes easier.
I agree with that. But the only hiccup I would say is that the family structure like that is almost gone. Where the
Oh, it's almost
girls,
Correct.
gone.
Which is why, and
well,
that's why
let me even say this, John. Just like the lady said, they
Okay, I
don't want
got
to
you.
live with they don't want to live with their mothers, and they don't want a man to move their mother in. You know, a lot of ladies said no to that question.
Oh no, I agree with you. That's why we have this conversation today, because that's why Trigger brought this conversation up. That's why this conversation is so important, because it needs to happen again in order for families to be successful.
Yep.
If not,
And-
if we don't go back to this model, then we got to find something different. Now I get out the
Now,
way,
the
Trigger. Now
funny
you want
thing
to go.
is, most people will accuse us of trying to force it on them. And I realize I got to take my own advice. One of my greatest sayings is people don't change until they have no choice. The economy is going to push them to a point where they have no choice. You see what I'm saying? So when AI takes their job, and naturally the people don't save anymore, you know, the average person doesn't save, so they can't make it 2 pay periods without needing significant help, without giving up in an apartment or a house or a townhome. No, you're gonna need to seriously rely on some family coming up sometime soon. So, you know, that's not even me being pessimistic. That is an absolute mathematical certainty. And the only people that may be even scraping by are the people who already created a union under marriage. Now, that's a perfect segue into Trey. Trey, what's going on?
What's good?
Chilling, bro.
Listen, since 1965, the rate of single families has tripled.
Yep.
You guys are living in the past. It's not going to be that way going forward. We've had catastrophes financially happen. We had 2008, the mortgage crash, and that didn't seem to move people into families and move mamas back into homes. That didn't work. We've had wars in 2001. The economy crashed. People didn't move back into the family homes and buddy up like we thought. We've had instances where you would think that would be the response, considering that the way the economy was, that would happen. That's not even right now. The economy is not doing well, and people are not moving back. It's not what Americans do. And in this particular case, when it comes to single families, I guarantee you within the next 15 to 25 years, single families will overtake. And you will have more single families than you will have households with both parents. It is the way that it will be. primarily because women don't want to be married. And I've said this before. Nobody wants to hear me. It's not the men. Men are romantic. Men want to be in love. They want to have wives. It's the women. I've had conversations with several women. They don't want to be married. I was talking to a woman yesterday. 3 kids by 3 different men. Never even thought about being married. Although her mother and father have been married for over 30 years. She doesn't care. My even anecdotal experience, my daughter's mom. Parents were married for 32 years before he unfortunately passed with cancer. She never wanted to be married. We are at a time where women are liberated. They are freer than they've ever been. They've made more money than they ever will make. They don't want to be married. So this idea of families being put back together like it was in 1965 is primarily because the women don't want it. They enjoy their freedom. They enjoy being able to make decisions and not being under the dictatorship of a man in a house and all that other baloney BS or whatever they call it. They don't want it. So unfortunately,
they call it slavery.
They call it slavery and being subservient and all that other nonsense. They don't want it. So unfortunately, this is the way things are trending, and they will continue to trend this way.
So I mean, you made several points, and I don't really disagree with them. I just have some amendments because women. So when we say women don't want to be married, I think many of them actually do. I think what they keep trying to do is change the dynamics within a marriage. That's what. So everything that you just said is based off the fact that society is giving them freedom. Freedom and independence is also based on the amount of support they have. So all of the economic crises that you named also ended up with record numbers of entitlements for them. All of that shit is running dry. The well is running dry on all of it. We are constantly seeing new numbers for Social Security running out. We are constantly seeing new bills trying to cancel welfare entitlements. So it's not going to last forever. All of this behavior that they have now is contingent on their aid and entitlement continuing. I promise you. So when the only reason they have the ability to say they don't want to be married or is because they have the ability to try to change the dynamic within the marriage. But that shit's not going to last forever. It can't.
Mike, listen, it depends on what kind of women you're talking about. Remember, we got a class divide. The women who are in the workforce by themselves, they ain't going back to just being a needy chicks in the project. So the dynamics are what they want. Now, let me also say that the fact of what Trey said, that women don't want to be married. The fact that they have all these governors that might go away and they have these unrealistic expectations of what marriage can be kind of means that they don't want to be married. Because if they wanted to be married, they can understand that what they're asking for is bullshit. Right? I mean, they're not stupid. I mean, if the woman wants all of these lofty things from a man being traditional while they don't have to be, that's an unrealistic expectation. And they know it's an unrealistic expectation, even if they keep spewing the same old bullshit. They're not stupid, right? They're looking for a man who would acquiesce to that crap. And the fact is, they can't find a man on his grind. Look at this. I can never see Trey acquiescing to some bullshit like that. Neither, and I'm already mad. I can never do it myself. So the men they want will never, ever acquiesce to that shit. So they're gonna stay unmarried. And then the time when they start to say, okay, maybe my shit was too lofty at 40 years old, 17 kids by 20 different men, and then they're no good in the sexual marketplace anymore. So all I'm just trying to say is they don't want when a woman would.
So
let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing, Mike, before you go.
Yep.
Even if it takes a long time for this to change, it's enough to destroy society.
Well, it's enough to destroy our ethnic. So we can't pretend that everything happening in the Black community is happening with every other community. It's enough to destroy our ethnic group. That part I agree with. But let me try to break it down a little simpler. Do women like money? I think they like money more. Do women want homes? Like, meaning, do they like houses and dwellings and all that? I'm like actual their own house.
Yeah.
The single woman doesn't have enough. money on her own. It's a lie if she says she does. They live paycheck to paycheck just like everybody else. So a woman saying she doesn't, it's not that all women want to be married, but I think what we're suffering from is many women think they don't want to be married, because when they run the gauntlet of what the married women have versus them, that envy runs deep. That envy runs very deep. Hold on, let me get this last part out, John.
Okay.
Let me get this last part out. These same women that claim they don't want to be married are still having children.
John,
so the trajectory of their children's lives versus the married women will also is also a bad look on them. So I don't know. There's many factors.
Hey, John, before you go real quick, Trigger, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard this phrase? The Lulu is the Salulu.
I have never heard that. What is that?
Okay, well that's your newest trending topic now. As women are embracing being delusional and is saying that it is the solution now, and that they are very much okay with understanding that they know that they're being unrealistic and they don't give a damn anymore. They don't care. Mm-hmm. They are perfectly okay with being I'm gonna say it again for those of you in the chat who didn't hear this. The Lulu is the Salulu is what they're saying now.
Yep. See, and I I love all y'all.
So let me go why he paused in. So what I was going to address earlier was to what Trey was saying. Trey, I don't.
Something going on with your audio.
Let me say this. Can you hear me now? Oh, I'm still tripping.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, look, I just wanted to say this to everybody. And I love y'all. And when I say old folks, it's like cause y'all my partners, y'all my big homies, so I love y'all what y'all be saying. But like Trey saying, bro, this era of woman, it ain't no saving, y'all. It ain't, bro. They don't want to be saved, just like Trey say. They don't want to be married. So the pushback on the men is basically saying, I'm not about to force nobody if they don't want to do nothing. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, Trigger Mike, you say that they'll look at our wives, and even though we know, men know that this is the best solution for anybody. You get what I'm saying? Indeed. They gonna look at it as in, well, shit, she can't do what she want to do. You get what I'm saying? She in captivity. She this, she that. Like they don't want it. You get what I'm saying? They just don't want it. So what I'm saying is, I believe the men, we just need to stop fighting it, bro. We just need to stop fighting it and let the
I don't think we're fighting.
And let the experiment just experience itself. You get what I'm saying? Because it's gonna come to a point when they act, just like Kevin Samuel always said, when they actually say we're sorry and this is what we want to do, that's when we come and try to save them. But right now, they don't want to be saved. They don't, y'all. I'm sorry, they don't. And some of our daughters, we can even look in our daughters' faces and say, yeah, you don't want this. You don't want to be saved. And that's just what it is, So, but y'all keep going. Y'all, I'm at work, but y'all keep going. I love what y'all doing.
I have adapted the phrase.
So go back
if it flies, fornicates, or floats, rent it.
So addressing what Trey said earlier, because you touched on something about it's not gonna go back, and I don't know, it alluding to why we keep. I agree with you 100%. Which is why I always say this culture, when it comes to marriage, is already dead. I'm not even trying to revive it anymore. I was only having a conversation in the sense of like, this is the message that we need. The message that needs to be taught right now. It needs to be taught right now. I understand it won't be taught, and it's not going to be accepted even if it is taught. But it's going to be a time. It's going to come a time in history where someone's going to like, I ain't know they used to have forks back then. We've been eating for 20 years without no forks. You know how much easier it is to eat with a fork now? Someone should have told us there was a fork. Now I know that sounds stupid now, but we're living in a time period where I get it. No one wants marriage now. They don't look the same anymore. Trey, you're 100% right. I get it. But for no other reason, sometimes we need to have these conversations. I'm glad you had this conversation today, because we need to understand that multi-families is the best time for families to survive. We may never get there again, Trey. 100% right. but it still don't mean we don't need to talk about it. Maybe somebody may catch a glimpse of it.
So, dirty folks, you got it.
All right. When I first popped up, Payne was saying something I didn't agree with. Then he turned the corner and he was right. I was like, I'm gonna let him live. Nah, D-Town, he's right. But I have a solution for you. You ended wrong. And I like the fact that you like the big homies. Because a young man that's willing to listen, that's what's up in the streets. Check this out. You're right, they don't want to be wives. I have nieces and I got great nieces. They coming out the womb like fuck these niggas. Bro, they are like, I will never forget. This girl was 11 years old, cutting her fingernails at my kitchen table. Cutting her fingernails off at my kitchen table to glue on stick on fingernails, the same length as the real fingernails she's cutting off. And even though I was mad she was at my table, now I'm intrigued. Like, why would you cut off your 1-inch fingernails to put on 1-inch press on fingernails? And she say, you don't know what's going on in these streets. I was like, wow, you lost. But her mama was lost. She had 7 kids by 9 niggas. I was like, yo, you lost. You just fucking lost. So here's the thing. And as far as the economics of it goes, 100, y'all can look this, they don't need no man. 118,000 black women make 6 figures. Period. What is it? 27 million black women? 118,000 black women make 6 figures. 12 million black women are on housing assistance. If you look at the jobs that they get, 70% of the jobs that women get are taxpayer jobs. 70% of their careers. So if they want to be a nurse, taxpayer, teacher, taxpayer. They go to get that sociology degree, taxpayer. They don't really have private practices. They don't move like that. There's a report that there was an explosion of fast food restaurants from 1988 to now to make up for the fact that none of these girls can cook. Food is love. You can't even fake love. Food is the number one on the 3 hierarchy: food, shelter, clothing. Food is number 1. I can eat and sleep outside. You can't do that. So you bring in no value, a bunch of attitude. Decent trim though. Shout out to y'all, decent trim. But now y'all don't even watch it. And so it's that messed up. And you have no skill set that you can bring to either make me money, or save me time. So not only are you a bad commodity, but what you're banking on is taxpayer money. So any adjustment, if America ever tried to get our book straight, women would starve. Now the only thing I want to say real quick, only thing I want to say at the end, he said when women figure it out, when they hit rock bottom, then you can save them. No, that's when you let them die out, bro. That's when you let them die out. Ain't no saving, bro. Because they're gonna come through and contaminate your well. But that's all I gotta say about that.
So that's what's up. Appreciate it. Love. Let me ask this question because you brought up a very interesting point. In the single family model or the family model, I'm sorry, single multifamily model home, we also got to realize that it's almost like school. The reason so many people know how to do so many things is because they came from homes with people that did those things. My daughter rushes to the stove when her mom is there to bake cookies, right? She makes it exciting for her. What we cooking for dinner? Can I add the salt? Whoop-de-whoop. And I'm looking at that visual like, this girl going to be cooking her ass off. It's going to be nothing to her. They do it for pleasure. They taste what they've made because it's kind of actually amazing because my wife's a vegetarian, so she has to cook food with meat in it, and so she, they're making a thing about it. So I'm not worried about her in that sense. But a lot of these women are taking pride in not cooking. I saw that on a short the other day where the one, oh no, I don't cook. Her children, well, I only got to tell you what the children look like. But is women not being able to cook a deal breaker? Let me start and say why it's a deal breaker. Let's take the men out of the equation. First off, take the men out of the equation. What are your children going to eat? How do they get fed? So You already know I'm Nigerian. There's no bueno. No bueno. One of the biggest things, like I was just impressed by my wife, is just the way she moved around the kitchen. Like, oh wow, she knows where shit is around here. She's asking me, have I eaten? This is we would only be dating for like 3 months. Have you eaten? Won't. Moving around in the kitchen. Cut. Stuff in the stove, seasoning. I was like, oh shit, got me one. But if a woman can't cook, what are her children going to eat? Shannon Ross said something on King Talk yesterday, and I had to look it up. I didn't find the exact statistic, but it's basically saying elementary school age children that are obese are 75% chance they will be obese for the rest of their life. And this is anecdotal, but I dare anybody to prove me wrong, especially if you live in Texas. When I got sent to Texas for the very first time for training at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, I went out on my first Liberty and I was shocked. The fattest people in the world live there. You can't tell me nothing. Mama fat, daddy fat, children fat, grandma fat. It was nothing but a bunch of fat ass families walking around there.
Trick,
especially in San Antonio.
Trick, I don't want to cut your flow off. But so you was feeling Charles Barkley. When Charles Barkley said they just walk around eating churros.
Charles Barkley tried to tell you 10 years ago how fat people in San Antonio
are. When I tell, like me and it was me and a few other Navy dudes just looking around like, what the, everybody. And I don't even mean so. Here's the crazy part about it. Mom and dad naturally, bad eating habits. They may not work out anymore. The children were like morbidly obese. Face fat, like chunky, could barely walk, waddling side to side. I was like, this is unhealthy. So if we are encouraging a world where women don't cook, I personally want to highlight that the children are going to suffer from that. But y'all got it. Is a woman not being able to cook a deal breaker?
A woman. I can go first. Go ahead, Dirty Folks.
A woman not able to do any slave skills is a deal breaker. This is what I mean. When no, for real, because that once again, that was that boomer reset. Everything that made Black people indispensable, agriculture, contracting, everything Mexicans are doing now with their taco stands outside, whatever, food, shelter, industry was what slaves did. But now they call it slave labor, and they don't want to do the foundational things. They call marriage slavery, because you have to do for somebody else what you're supposed to be doing for yourself, which is to cook. But you're just cooking for one extra person. Clean. Yeah, I left my socks out. Pick them up. You know what I'm saying? Cook, clean, and maintain the household. Have you seen a crib, bro? Have you seen these chicks' crib? If they ever move away, they move that goddamn monitor, bro.
Dirty Folks, have you seen their cars?
Yes, I have.
Fuck their crib. Their cars are disgusting.
Yes, I have.
Hey, you know what? Let's see. Put a one in the chat, ladies, if you got a clean car, because that is big. Like if you ever got to be like, oh damn, let's ride in your car. Most chicks get nervous, like, oh shit, well, you ain't gonna have nowhere to put your feet. I guarantee you, you have nowhere to put your feet in 75% of women cars. If you sit in the front seat, you got nowhere to put your damn feet, and you the taller one.
I agree. See, here's a problem with that, Omega. Omega said get a nanny and make her a slave. Here's the thing with that. That's who you leave your wife for. More executive men leave their wife for the secretary because she actually handles his business, or leaves his wife for the slave. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger hit the old ass ugly nanny because she did the domestic things. For a woman to say, I want other women to do my girlfriend responsibilities, but I want to be rewarded for another woman doing my job. I want the babysitter to take care of my kid from 6 weeks old. I want the school to teach my kids their colors and potty train them. I want a nanny to cook for my husband and clean my crib. I want him to get a secretary at work. And she always just a secretary, but she can't type. She learned Microsoft Excel. You know what I'm saying? You want every other person around him to be useful while you are dead. You're dead dead too. And then you say, yo, but that's what marriage is about. Look, they really want to be slaves. At best, they want to be toddlers. At worst, they want to be slaves. And I'm trying to get them there. I'm trying to, either way they want to be, whether they want to wear a diaper or whether they want to wear a chain. I'm trying to get them there. But y'all loving them too much. Y'all loving them too much. Because y'all don't know how to vet.
That's Trey. Trey loving them too much. Trey loving them.
Yeah, not Trey. Not. Hey, listen. I agree with dirty folks. I might not be as cynical, but my wife didn't know how to cook, so I didn't have to worry about that. That's why I said in my opening that women want traditional marriages as long as the men are traditional and they don't have to be. And when I say traditional, they're the ones who are supposed to make the house a home. And making a house a home is keeping it tidy. And you negotiate the little things that you have to do. You could even, like, you're responsible for the home being clean. However, that doesn't mean everybody else in the home doesn't have a chore to do. You know what I'm saying? Those are parts of the agreement. We make it complicated. Cooking, if we have children, I mean, you don't expect the man to be cooking for the kids. You should want to make sure the kids have a balanced meal every day. That should just be part of your nature. If they don't, the whole question is, if a woman ain't doing at least those things, then what is she good for? And the problem is just that women have become so transactional with men these days. They think that all they need to give you is some pussy. That's it. And that's when they feel like it. And that's the big mistake, because that's not what men necessarily want for you. Not in a marriage. We don't have to marry you for that. So like I said, it's back to square one. Mike, I hear you talking in your monologues about how it should be. Well, we should talk about how it is. Women don't want to be, a lot of women don't want to be married under the conditions in which marriage means. They can't even say the vows. They can't even say the vows.
Oh,
So we gotta stop forcing it.
Yeah. So I think I figured out our distinction here. I think I figured out our distinction. Women want to be married. They don't want to be wives.
Yeah,
they want the wedding. Yeah, they want the wedding. They don't want to be wives. Wives is a special term reserved for a select few, but they want the ability to rake the nigga over the coals.
Be partners. How's that?
They don't want the traditional sense of the word.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that part 100% because that's not most of them. And really, here's the worst part. If you actually need to be incentivized to understand why you serve in the way you do for your marriage, because not even for your marriage, like I said, a lot of the things that we talk about women doing as far as cooking and cleaning, shouldn't you be doing that shit for yourself? What man is going to accept an unclean woman? Can anybody here can anybody here say that it's sexy if a woman's dirty as shit?
Nope.
Like what are we talking about? And if we're talking, this is the thing I don't even like about the cooking argument. Most chefs in the world are men. Cooking for pleasure, meaning if men can find it in the terms of a profession to cook for pleasure, meaning that even the men who don't cook can do it if need be. That's what men do, what we need to do to survive. So if men have to pick up cooking for survival and will do it with a smile on their face and for pleasure, if you're not cooking for him, unless he is a cook and wants to do so, what does he need you for? This is why women have always postured themselves in front of men, or paraded themselves rather in front of the men the way they have. Let me alleviate something from you that you could do yourself. Do y'all not realize that how women got these roles? Like, really look back at it. Who do they say raises better children if we got to raise them by ourselves? Men or women? Man. Who's going to raise a more productive, disciplined child? A man or a woman? A man will. So if we can raise better children than you, and if most cooks in the world are men, and we can cook better than you, what the hell excuse you have for not doing those things? We don't need you if you're not alleviating some of that burden off of us. That's the way I look at it anyway.
Hey, I kind of think that's the problem. Like, both of us in 2023, for the most part, really don't need each other the same way that we did, 20 years ago. Women.
That's not what men say, though. That's not what. Go ahead, J-Hub. Say
go ahead. Go ahead.
Like, I understand, like, every man want a woman, right? But from the woman's perspective, You know, what's the things that men say they provide? Protect, provide, profess, problem solve. In 2023, is a man the only way that you can get those things done? Trigger Mike, I see you with guns and stuff. How many times you had to pull your gun out for your family? Or Payne, you've been married how long? How many times have you had to really physically protect yourself, protect your family?
I know where you're going. Go ahead. Yeah. No.
It,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Absolutely.
really happen that often, you
Right.
know. And a lot of women can provide for themselves now, and they got Google now. They
Ooh.
can Google and YouTube any problem the same way we do. I know when I get
Well,
it when
well, I will take off that protection part, because a lot of women are going to suffer under the false sense that they are protected by themselves. The universal sign for weakness in this world is woman alone or woman with children. All right. So
No
I
more
practice,
first, Mike.
I
You said
train with firearms as a readiness tactic. That's what everybody does it for. I'm actually the last person that will pull out a gun, because I know what to do to not have a situation like that occur. But
right.
remember that myself, men in general are a deterrent for women. Stuff is not going down. A lot of things don't happen to them
Yep,
because of our
and
presence.
you can't quantify it. There's no number you can put on it.
There is no quantifiable
J
number.
Hub, you don't know
You're
how many
right.
times you've been out with your lady and some dude thought about doing something until he saw you standing there. And he thought
Plus,
twice. He thought twice about it and
plus,
decided he wasn't going to do it.
plus 90%
Right,
of
right.
protection is prevention.
well, was J Hub done? Were you done, J Hub? You got some more?
No,
Nah,
no, I
bro.
think the only other thing I would say is it goes both way too. Men, I mean, I feel like relationships is kind of uh drawn down just to sex at this point. A lot of people just want sex from each other. I mean, if we up here and we married, we understand, you know, what our wives add to our lives. But the average person just meeting somebody is got sex in the forefront. They having sex first, and then they figuring out if this person is worth being around, if they're worth the relationship.
I'll, I'll,
So
I'll grant you that part. But here's the thing: 90% of protection is prevention. So me keeping her from doing the dumb thing she was about to do saved her, and she doesn't give me appreciation for that, right? Me telling her don't walk in that dark alley, we're gonna walk down this lighted street because she want to take
yeah,
a cut. That saved her, right? And I've been in those situations where the stick up man came, and I ran up to the stick up man because this goofy ass girl don't see the stick up man and start shaking his hand like, bro, I see you on that bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And she's like, oh my God, I didn't see him. I'm like, girl, you almost got me killed. Bring your ass. Um, as far as is teaching the kids, men have always been a better parents. A married man and a single man have the same rating on the quality of their children's lives. Women are
Yep.
really needed for that. Men are the best cooks. When you say that women don't meet men, and I'm telling you that 12 million out of 27 million black women have housing assistance, they need
Yeah.
a bunch of men because 70% of taxes come from men. They
no,
really
nah,
intrinsically
I
don't do anything.
I agree. Like I
Let me
said,
answer the question.
you
I didn't
know,
get a chance to answer it. This idea that well, I'll put it to you this way. I started doing my laundry at 8, started cooking for myself at 9. I don't really need a woman to cook for me. In order for a woman to come in and be able to do these things, the laundry, the cooking, the cleaning, that means that I would have to clear out room, a space for her to be able to come in and do that. Because as a single man, I do it on my own. I do it myself. I clean my own house. I cook my own food. So her coming in, is it a deal breaker? No, it doesn't really matter whether or not she can cook, because more than likely I'm going to have to teach her how to cook it, the food that I like it, the way that I want it anyway. Well, why go through all that? Why put all that energy in it when I could just cook my own damn food? I think a lot of the times in this day and age, you're dealing with a lot of women. A lot of the guys are a lot more independent than they've ever been. You don't really need the women. I don't need you to do all that stuff for me. I listen. I can do my laundry on a Sunday and watch football. I can load the laundry, the washing machine in the dryer, and fold my clothes while the game is on, just like any other normal person can do. Especially for those of us that have been in the military, there's a level of independence you were taught in the military. So whether she can cook or not is not a deal breaker, because more than likely I'm gonna want to do it myself for myself anyway.
You know what I just noticed too? We have found, and this is men and women alike, modern men and women have found a lot of ways to deflect our attention off the fact that they're fucking lazy. They're just lazy. Because what do they call us on these panels? They call us low vibrational. I'm gonna call most modern women, men and women are low capacity. It does not take much to be put on you pressure wise or activity for you to just fucking cave. Just cave. Anything.
Trigger,
Oh,
they would make all these excuses. Listen, when my daughter's mom and I were together, we living in the same house. I could cook dinner, I could bathe my daughter, I could get her ready for bed, I could wake her up in the morning, get her dressed. I learned how to do her hair. Like this idea that we can't help around the house, we don't do things around. Most men do. Most men who are in these relationships, they do. They help in the home. Like it's like, what guy is sitting at home watching his wife with his feet kicked up, and she's like, most guys aren't doing that. And we weren't even married. And I made it my point to go in and say, hey, teach me how to do this. How do I do her hair? You know what I mean? Because she would have to get up. She worked the early shift. She would have to get up at 4 a.m. So that means that by the time my daughter woke up, she was gone. She had already gone to work. That means it was me and my daughter in the house. And I had to be able to deal with a girl is a whole lot different than having a boy. So this idea that we just be sitting around, like I hate when I hear that. When I know men that are married, all my friends are married, and they help around the house. They cook, they clean, and they still handle all the outside chores, all the cutting of the grass and the shoveling the snow and all the other stuff that the women will never help with.
You know what, bro? I'm still stuck that you fold your clothes. Shout out to you, man. Kudos to you.
Well,
you know what?
It's
not even me.
Man.
You could blame the military for that. They made you.
I was like, it's a military thing, bro. I enjoy watching football and folding my clothes, bro. It's like a ritual.
You know what though, Trey? You know what's great? Two things real quick, right? Shout out to y'all. What's up, yeah, but to first of all, to what Trey just said about what women would never do, right? It's so crazy because there was a time when that would have been my rhetoric too. Until I heard my man, shout out to the homie Omar Smith, who be in our chats a lot, supporting channels. He said he remember one day he went out on his block. He live somewhere in one of them Philly suburbs, right, where it's really nice and really white. And he was like, he went out there one day and he was mowing his lawn. And he just so happened to look up and realize he was the only man mowing his lawn. Everybody else was mowing their lawn, but it was all the wives doing the lawn mowing. He was the only man on the block. And that just blew my mind because I never thought that was something that I would see. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of women out there mowing the lawns, but they out there with, provider males. So guess what? They take care of the house, period. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You ain't got to work. You ain't doing nothing but sitting on your hands all day. They take care of the house, right? So I thought that was very interesting when he said that. The other thing, Trig, you just pointed out that I guess the data backs up that men do a better job at fathering than women do, right? As it pertains to being single parents.
Parenting, yeah, not for
yeah, just as it pertains to being single parent, though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So the thing is, to be fair to women, the sample size is not as big at all. I think if you flipped it, we would still do better, but I don't think it would be as good as it is right now, right?
No, so yeah, I get a lot of that type of pushback. No. And I don't even advocate for that sort of thing because two parents need to be in the house. That's my thing. But what I'm actually saying is it would still be the same. Let me tell you why it would be the same. We would overwhelmingly bring out better outcomes for our children. But what I realize is that instead of disparaging women, it's not as if they're not trying to be good mothers. It's almost like to say moms are excellent when they have the support of dad. That's what they said in the video. Moms struggle without support. Because the one thing I'll notice, right, when it's Saturday and I send my wife out to go do something, or let's say she saw some patients in the morning, whatever, she comes in, she thinks the children are asleep. No, they're sitting down doing the work because that's what the fuck I asked them to do. Then I leave out and be like, let me go do something, drink a beer at the bar, watch the game or something. I'll come back and they tap dancing on her fucking head. Children don't listen to their mother the way they listen to their dad. Dads represent discipline. It's not that we're trying to do it. It's by nature, biology. They are the nurturer. if you are a nurturer, you will struggle to exact the same type of discipline in an effective way.
Whoa. I will
Well,
not give you that
well,
women are nurturers, but I will give you the fact that all toddlers need adult supervision. I'm not gonna give you that they nurturers though, because any place I see murderers at, it's always women-ran communities. So they ain't loving the death out.
Yeah,
well,
so they
that's the
will
problem
naturally
that we're
struggle,
lacking that from our
but
women.
Beans, they will naturally struggle with the disciplinary role, which is why most of their children will have emotional, social, and behavioral deficits. It's not a role they were ever meant to fill. The
Right.
smarter women that may have their husband or their man had been deceased, they rush to go find those children male leadership. They rush to give them to their grandfather, or you see what I'm saying? Because they're like, no,
Yeah.
I can't even possibly attempt to do this alone.
So wait, no doubt that just so you know, that wasn't pushback, right? I just
Yeah.
every now and then I just feel like I need to add some context. to some
Detail.
things, right?
Answer
But
this question for me. What season is stepmama season?
You mean Beans or D-Town?
D-Town. What season is stepmama season?
Say again. I'm sorry.
What season is stepmama
damn,
season?
I didn't get to finish making my point.
What season is stepmama season?
Yeah. Wait. Who said that? Hub or D-Town?
Oh,
Who's
okay.
making that point?
Nah, I ain't say that because I ain't never had no
Oh, Hub.
stepmama. So it ain't
My
been me.
bad. Hub. What season? No, because 3 out of 4 seasons is stepdaddy season, and 1 is cupping season. So 3 out of 4 of the season stepdaddy season. When do you see men say, "Yo, I really need to find a stepmom for these kids"?
Who me?
You
I
don't.
didn't make that point. I think that was
Yeah,
somebody else.
you don't, dirty folks. But no, so to your point, you don't. Like men don't require that. But here's the thing though, right? That's another reason why I'm saying sometimes context needs to be added to me, right? It wasn't pushback on Trick's point, but it was just like, let's say right now, if the stats say that 9 out of 10 children coming out of single father homes are healthy, parts of citizens of society, right? Well, if you flipped it to single fathers taking on as much of a percentage as single mothers do right now, I'm just saying that number wouldn't be 9 anymore. It'd be a little less because it'll be more fathers. So it'll be more numbers of fathers that's not doing so well. I'm not saying it's going to be some drastic
Yeah,
decrease,
but I was gonna
I'm
say,
just saying it would
those.
just look a little bit worse.
I was like,
because
that's
it's not
naturally what you're saying,
as
but
small.
I was going. Those numbers aren't even drafted from the majority versus the few. It's like 10,000 single mother homes versus 10,000 single father homes. So we do have that amount, right? So the fathers but this is, like I said, it's not even something to debate because it's almost like a duh. I don't think so. Here's the worst part about it. Fathers will also tend to create a whole new family. Women love help. For some reason, women are like, oh, dudes always rush out to get a woman when they're alone with the kids. No, women rush to help a man with those kids. Put them kids. Listen, man, I'm tired of this shit. Put these babies. I know why dudes used to do it. I think dudes used to do this in the past. This is why my young uncle always want to take out their nephew and niece and shit because they want to put them in the shopping cart and just walk around and see how much female attention they get. Women love men who are doing responsible shit, especially if they look good while they're doing it. So women will rush to help a man where most men will be like, well, I don't know. We'll be iffy on, the single.
So it's always a bunch of fat chicks when I'm out with my daughter.
But that's another part of the context too, though, Trig, is that more often than not, those single fathers will have female representation in their children's life, even in the home. The statistics bear that out. So that's what I'm saying. There is more context to it, but again, it wasn't pushback, right? I just wanted to just throw that in.
I agree with that.
But the point that I had to what you were saying, that's so funny to me. And this is what I hate. I hate that it's coming from me because I'm the Section 8 guy, right? But it's like, if we saying that fathers do a better job at raising kids, fathers do a better job at or men do a better job at cooking food, and men can clean and wash dishes and fold clothes when they on their own, then why is everybody so against stay-at-home fathers?
That's the question I was just getting ready to ask. Is society backwards? Should men be doing more of the domestic work if we're better at it?
No, so here's the weird part about it. So y'all missed the reason I said it. So men can endure anything and women hate everything. Take every role that a man has decided to do in this life, give it to a woman. Will she have the longevity you have? Yes or no? If will she respect you the same way if you let her go to work and you stay home? Do you think that's a viable strategy for a family, or will she be fucking crying and ready to quit?
So your point is taken, right? Your point is well founded, but that's the problem. See, that's what I'm saying. Like
That's what,
over
like,
the
and
last
yeah.
75 years, is matter of fact, I think it's been let's just go with 75. Over the last 75 years, what society has done is said, men, this is what you're supposed to do. Women, this is what you're supposed to do. And the women was like, this ain't good enough, man. And I need to be more than this. And I need to feel like I'm more than this. And I don't want to just be relegated to barefoot and pregnant. I don't want to just be relegated to
Facts.
the kitchen. I don't want to just
Facts.
be relegated to the bedroom. Okay, cool. You know what? Let's go ahead and adjust this. Okay, you want to get degrees? Here you go. College, whatever. Okay, you want those jobs too? Okay, cool. You want the bag? Okay, cool. Whatever you want. By the way, men, stay your ass in the Neanderthalic position, though. You don't get to change with the seasons. You don't get to change with society. You got to stay the same. No, that's not how that's going to work. You cannot expect it. There's no way.
That's slavery though. Matriarchy is slavery. Of course you would hear that from the liberals. The the gist of the matter
You
is,
know what? But give some more context, Beans. Who told men they have to stay the same?
grandma,
Every
Who?
podcast on YouTube, every Republican conservative douchebag
Well,
No,
that
no.
I
exists,
will say, I
all
will
of
say
them,
this.
every last
I
one of
don't
them.
think it's necessarily that men have to stay the same. Society's function requires us to stay the same. Women are the ones with the ever-changing mind. Therefore, we can't be the ones that way.
Well,
yeah,
here's
Well, okay,
another
but
reason.
Craig,
Here's
the
another
thing that
thing
you're
also.
missing is
Wait a
that
minute.
they
Before we go down the rabbit hole, listen, men have evolved, a little bit, maybe a little less. I mean, we're still on our nature, but it's not men. There's all more men. They say 7% of men in society are stay-at-home dads. 7%. All right. So that means those 7% are finding some women who can be the breadwinners. But this experiment has been tried before. I mean, women kind of dictate whether you can be a stay-at-home dad or not. While the alpha men are chasing her ass around the table, and you're home, breastfeeding the kids and shit. I mean, it's the nature of things change. You're asking men to change their basic nature and being subservient to a woman. That's just not how the natural order of things
nobody
go.
that it doesn't require that. And see,
No,
that's
well,
what
wait,
I'm saying.
hold on, wait a minute,
does
Unless there's some kind of prior agreement, it just evolves into that. It devolves into that.
No,
It
see,
doesn't
this is what I'm
require
saying.
that,
That
but
when
it
you
just.
say you
I mean, let me just say this, Beans. You can just go ahead and say whatever you want. It devolves into that because your woman is going to start to lose respect for you. Not in all cases, but that's why that experiment doesn't work because the majority of women are not going to accept taking care of a man. And
but that
most men don't feel
hold on,
comfortable
bro. You see me?
right,
asking their woman for milk
You see
but
money.
me?
look, but look, check this
Man, you
out
can
though, R
clip your
Pain. Check this
toenails the
out. Let me,
wrong
and I'm
way,
gonna
a
be
woman will
quiet.
lose
I'm gonna
respect
shut
for
up
you.
after this. But R Pain, when you say you subservient and you breast titty, you making the titty milk and all that shit just because I want to be a stay at home dad, hell no, I ain't gonna be that shit. You
but
just said it.
He
it's
You
literally just asked us who's
you
telling
just
men that
asked
they
you
have to stay in
we look, Beans just gave
Neanderthal
y'all,
position,
they
and
just
then
gave
he
y'all
just criticized it openly.
right, because it's like it's what we're saying is it's the right thing to do because the statistics are saying that the men can do it. They
but it's
do
not the
it
right thing.
better.
It's not the right thing to do. I'll tell you why though. I'll tell you why.
Not the
Okay,
right
As
talk
much,
to
thing to
me.
do.
no. Check it. As much as women say they can multitask, that just mean they do five things half-assed at one time. Men compartmentalize so men can do. Here's the thing: men don't spend 24 hours raising kids. Men spend a good 2 or 3 hours doing it right. Men can still go out and achieve his dreams, come home and take care of his kids if that's what he needs to do. He doesn't necessarily have to be a stay-at-home dad. And stay-at-home dads find other things to do. They're not in the house all the time. But to our Payne's point, only thing I'm gonna say is we don't have a natural doesn't change. There's natural law and there's the new normal. We're in the new normal, but the new normal is dumb. So the whole juxtaposition is this. And I understand what Beats is saying. I understand the brainwashing. Y'all hear me every day, but like I don't listen to girls with clothes. I ain't listening to my mother, bro, because I know anytime she open her mouth, it's something I need to do. Take out the garbage, wash the dishes. I'm like, I block that shit out. I tried to listen to girls for 1 year when I was 30. That shit drove me crazy, nigga. Look, because my dad was like, find a wife. I was like, yo, these girls is dumb. But anyway, here's the thing. When you look at, for men, because this is the mind fuck. They told men to get married for love. That's what women were supposed to do, but women aren't capable of love. That's why they can't cook, because food is love. That's why they're not necessarily nurturing to their kids. They don't really love their kids like that. Like everything that they give women credit for came from men. Men made it possible and said, "Go thank your mother."
Oh shit!
They're living on fake accolades. They have participation trophies. But you guys are taking them seriously with clothes on. I don't understand you. So what?
Man,
That part is real though.
If as a man I'm better at raising the kids, being more organized, cooking, cleaning than she is, why can't she take her ass to work? I would be in a more beneficial position anyway, especially as her husband, because the stay-at-home parent has more leverage in divorce court anyway. So
hold on.
Why would not take that?
Damn, you just said it. You just said it. That is one of the reasons why they don't want to do it.
Yeah,
outright. That is one of the bigger reasons why they don't want to do it.
Yeah, any divorce attorney will tell you that you never marry a stay-at-home woman, because they're gonna kill you in court.
Well, let's also let's also understand that men are screwed either way. Men are screwed either way. If everything you're saying, Trey, is true, but when women are they built to provide for a man?
No,
do they
not at all.
Want to?
Yes.
A lot of women have
not long term.
Listen, you will be living in wedded bliss. Your children will have enrichment money for activities, all of this stuff when dad is working. That is his job. In fact, when people say, what are men good for in a relationship, men do whatever the hell we need to do. That's what we do. Anytime anybody asks you what men do, whatever the hell we need to do. That is our actual purpose. So if dad needs to work on behalf of the family for sustenance, that is what he does, and that sustenance will come back, trickle down, or will basically be given all to the family. The only time this dynamic changes is when we switch roles. Do you think a woman will agree to financially support a family? Why would a man even want to? If I had that shit going on in my house, every day she walk home, I'd be thinking she said she quit.
I ain't got much time.
It's the thing, right? Go ahead, John.
Can I interject on this? I got a personal testimony after this.
I brought it up and I don't get to talk about it.
So I'm not sure how my sinner gonna last. I'm not sure my sinner gonna last, but that was about a 2-year period where and I mind when I said I didn't work, I actually had money in my savings account. I had money to pay the bills, everything was taken care of, and I still had money coming in, but I did not work for like almost 2 years. And in this time during those 2 years, I got blackballed from work, but I was still looking for work. But during that time, my wife was still working. I washed the clothes, I cooked the food, I cleaned the house. I did the grocery shopping. I took the kids to school. I did the school homework. I cooked all the dinners, the breakfast, lunch, fixed the breakfast, lunch, and dinners. This is while my kid was in elementary school. My daughter was in elementary. My son was in middle school. Coach football season. I coached volunteer football, and still got all the kids back and forth to school and everything done, and never once complained in those 2 years. About a year in, my wife started coming home angry, pissed off at me. Pissed off at me because she had to go to work and I didn't. Yep. And she couldn't use the fact that I didn't have money coming in, because I had money in the account. I had money coming in, and she still was pissed off at me. So to think that a woman is going to let a man sit at home, I'm not saying for all women, I don't leave for my women. It's not going to happen. And I'm sure the majority of women are like that. And not let a man sit at home, how much money got coming in, and she got to go to work.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie to you. Since we're telling personal stories, y'all, I think my wife jealous that I work from home. I promise. I think she is.
I know
I,
she is.
I
Why
think
don't
she's
you?
jealous that I
I
Or
work
know
from
just
home.
or
she is.
just
Of course
wait
she
till
is.
y'all retire.
But
Well,
this
I
the
Wait till
get
y'all
it.
thing though,
I
retire.
right?
get it.
Because man, can I say something, please,
But
yo?
yeah,
This
go
the
ahead.
thing though, right? So yes, that to John's point, to Arpane's point, and I think even Trig might have mentioned it a little bit too. That may be the eventuality, but the point is that we need to change that. We have a bunch of eventualities right now that we sit on YouTube every day and say we need to change, right? So this is just another one of those on the list. You don't get to go out and make 50K a year, make 75K a year, make 100K a year, make 250K a year, become a CEO, be an executive, and still think that some nigga got to match your money and some nigga got to provide for you. No. You want to make the same
That
amount of money as a man, you take the same financial responsibilities as a man. That's equality, the thing
oh
that you
yeah,
asked for.
I
But
agree
You're
with that.
cherry picking
but no, no.
equality and
Okay.
making it privilege.
That wasn't what
So so
people,
so
what
so
women were
so
Well,
asking
I
for
being
agree
when
with
we
so
that
had
being
part you
so
said.
equality.
being so being.
Wait, y'all. Wait. Hold on. Say that one more time, sis.
That wasn't necessarily what we were asking for when we spoke about equality.
Okay.
Mm,
So
mm.
wait. So here's the problem with this. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm so fine. I'm glad I'm on a panel with a woman who's willing to admit this. So here's the thing about equality. It's across the board. You don't get to dictate where it stops.
It's not a
That's called,
buffet.
wait. That's called privilege. Y'all didn't say you wanted privilege. You said you wanted equality. Privilege is when I get to say, today I'm the lesser vehicle, the lesser vessel. Today I'm the weaker vessel. Nope, today I'm the stronger vessel. Nope, today I'm the equal vessel. That's privilege.
But you can't
Equality
redefine
is
in terms of what
across
we
the
asked for.
board.
But if I ask for equality and I'm saying, but we still ain't even getting that. If you want
You
to talk
are
about across the board, there's still income disparity between men and women.
based on your choice.
Oh God, Didi,
It
don't
Based
don't
on
matter.
start.
It don't matter. It
choice.
don't
And
matter.
that comes down
Based
Trig,
on
please.
to
choice.
Trig, we
All
don't
right,
even got to go down that
go
road. It
ahead,
don't matter.
podcast.
That's a deflection. It's based on your
it's
choices.
not a
Keep going.
deflection because this is based on the argument is equality. So when I'm
It is.
talking to you about equality, we're talking about equal pay. And we're saying that if I am a welder and you are a welder, if we are working 40 hours, our
hmm
checks should be the same if me
hmm
and you both have the same amount of experience.
So it's a lot of
This
men
is
out here
equality.
working on. It's a lot of men out here working in those same positions right now, and the women make more than them. And they make more than them for the same reason that the men make more than some of the women in those positions because they have more time on the job, because they have more experience on the job. Period. All the rest of
It
that
is based upon
all
time
the
and
rest of that
experience.
inequality as it pertains to income is all based on your choices and the fact that y'all have children and take breaks from work and different stuff like that. But that's neither here nor there. So you want to make it about an income disparity, but at the same time, y'all keep all these women on the internet swearing that y'all getting to the bag.
I think you're
I'm
being
getting to the
disingenuous
bag,
because
and we don't need you, and all this and that. So if you get into the bag,
I
then
think you're
take
being
on the same
disingenuous.
financial responsibilities as a man that's getting to the bag.
Well, a lot of us have
Provide.
taken on the same responsibilities as in the fact that Black women are leading in home ownership. We've taken on that. We are the ones paying our bills
What does
and
that
things
have
of
to
that
do
nature.
with family?
This is the responsibility of taking care of the family.
No, it's not.
This is just taking care of the family. How you
No, it's
provide
Black
for the
not.
women are
family is what
leading
it
in
has to
home
come
No,
down
it's
to.
ownership.
wait. No, it's not.
You can't
I
sit
can
up here and
own a
say
home.
that
I
it's
can own a
it's like
home.
every time I'm making a point, it's like you're intentionally trying to say it's
I'm
something
not
else.
because you're
Because
wrong,
when you
sis.
talk about equality
Wait,
across the
wait,
board, and
It
then I
don't have
talk about
anything to do
the
with that. It's
income
just
is
when you
not
say something
equal,
wrong, I'm going to
wait, wait,
correct you.
because
wait.
the
Chill,
thing
It's
about
not.
because
chill.
no,
Wait a
at the
minute,
end
wait
of
a
the day,
minute,
you're
wait a minute, wait a
intentionally
minute, wait a
doing
minute.
this.
The income is
This is
not
this
equal because men and women are not equal. They do not perform the
Come on,
same task
BD.
the
Thank
same
BD.
you.
Come
way.
on,
Okay,
They
and
do
that
not.
is
BD.
my point.
Never
Bro, can you
individually. Wait, wait,
stop?
wait, wait.
Please
Thank
stop.
Never
you.
Please
individually.
stop,
Hold on,
bro.
Thank
hold on.
you for
Never
Don't
admitting
All right,
aggress
individually.
one
that
that
the
mic.
like
income
that,
is
bro.
Hold
Just
not
let it
on.
go.
equal.
Let it
All
go.
right,
You
Hold
can't
on,
be
hold
Thank
getting
you
one
on.
for
so
mic.
stuck
admitting.
on that.
All right,
Hold on.
hold up.
Thank you.
All right,
Damn.
here's what we're gonna do. So Didi and podcast. Didi, you didn't finish your thought. Finish that thought and then podcast rebut.
Thank you.
When women are asking for equality, it is based upon just getting paid equal for the work that we put in. If I am a welder with 10 years of experience and I can get 10 things welded in a 30-minute time, and this gentleman can do the same thing in that same amount of time, he and I should be paid the same amount of money. However, we do not have that equality in that level and in that regard because society does regard you all as men as the expected providers, and this is supposed to be why you all get paid more.
So not true.
So that is a lie.
There are
All right,
more
go
women
ahead.
who are responsible for being head of households.
All right, let
So
him get
because
the
of that,
rebuttal.
So
we're
that
doing
is a
it.
lie, right? And the reason why I say lie is because if when you see that income disparity, don't have anything to do with the fact that she's a woman per se. It has something to do with the fact that she probably had kids over that time, which means she took off work over that time. Now, am I going to sit here and say that in some places they might not promote women based on them being women?
No,
Yes.
no. Wait,
I'm going to say that it's still a thing in some cases. Cool. It is what it is. But it's not something that's
podcast.
Bro, we shut the fuck up and let her talk, bro. Can I get the same respect? God damn.
Man, cuss
Go ahead, podcast.
Go ahead.
Shit happens to every demographic that exists. There are some unfair things that happen, right? But this cause to try to make it seem like, oh, when we ask for equality, this is what I'm trying to tell Black Dragon. Let her make the income argument. It falls flat on its face because when you ask for equality, you don't get to cherry pick where you get it at. You don't. You just have to accept that it's equality across the board. So when you get to go out and get a job as a firefighter and make $80,000 a year, guess what else is going to happen? You're going to be responsible for $80,000 a year worth of fucking bills. You don't get to cherry pick where equality begins and ends. That's why it's called equality. You don't get to say we just want it as it pertains to income. No, you have to take it all. That's the point. Or
Here's
else
the
it
thing.
becomes privilege, which is the thing that
Do
you
you
don't want
believe that
anybody
men
else
and
to have.
women, but Beans, do you believe that men and women should compete in sports together? Meaning that a woman should be in a boxing match with a biological man.
Yes.
You feel like women and men should be able to fight each other in a boxing match?
Yes.
Or well, I disagree with that. I feel like men's
Of
sports should
course
be
you
men's sports,
do.
and I feel like women's sports should be women's sports. And
So
I
you're
don't
a
feel like
sexist.
biological men. No, I feel like I'm a gender person.
You're a sexist.
I gender affirm.
Then your equality when your equality argument goes out the window.
Immediately.
It does
And this is
not
why I
go
tell
It
y'all
does.
to
out the
let people
window
finish
just
talking.
because you would like to throw it out of the
Hang
window.
on, hang
Because
on. In a
one
fight,
thing about it, if you're going to say it's across the board, you cannot turn around and say that there's across the board when it comes down to income,
Okay, here's
and
the
then try to say that it's across the board. Well, it's not across the board then,
here's the thing.
if
Let me
that's
help
the
you out.
case.
Let me help you out. Here's the thing.
Dee Dee, can I give you an example
Oh,
of
wait. Let me just
why that argument's wrong?
This is gonna be real easy.
I'm
First of
not
all,
making the argument that women and men are equal. I'm
no.
not making the
Hold
argument
on,
that
wait.
No,
we are different.
I'm
Wait.
saying that I'm saying that you guys as women are paid the same. I've had two
Right.
jobs where the women physically did not have to pass the test at the same length that I did because I was a man and they were women. They had a completely different set of standards than I did. Yet we were all paid the same
In the military,
in the military and in
that's
law
a
enforcement.
fact.
And this
Like
is based upon physicality.
we were all paid the same, but she didn't have to do as many push-ups as I did. She didn't have to do as many
Right.
pull-ups as I did. She didn't have to run as fast as I
Okay.
did. She didn't have to do as many sit-ups
And
as
this
I
is
did.
to
But
account
yet
for
she was paid.
physicality.
No.
This is
No,
to account for
no.
differences in biology and
Look,
differences in
you're
physiology.
Well,
wait.
And
but
in
but
this
it's but
case,
it's
we
two
do know
it's
that
two Bean's
men
point.
have.
It's equality is across the board. You can't
No.
pick and
Wait.
choose.
It's a
I'm
look.
not gonna. If equality
You're
is across
arguing
the
on
board,
fallacy.
then that means that you all should be fucking other men because men
Okay.
and women are equal.
Okay. Check
The
this.
Wait,
fact
what?
that you will only
That's what
fuck
women do.
women
Bro, don't
and you
address
won't
the
fuck
stupid
men
shit.
is just
Let the
Look.
showing that
stupid
it's
shit
not
fly.
equal. You guys
Everything
know it's
y'all
not
arguing
equal.
is a fallacy anyway, because she got
You
on
guys
club.
know it's not equal.
Number
If it
one.
was equal, then you would be having sex with men and women
Number
because
one.
everything is so equal.
Shut
So
the
it's
Don't
not
address
equal,
that.
and you
Number one.
recognize it's not equal.
Number one, y'all arguing a fallacy point because she got clothes on. It doesn't mean every black girl I know wants to leave work an hour early. That's why I check short, not because she don't get paid the same. All they want to do is leave work early. You can't make the argument that they are the biggest group that support the LGBT and then say, yo, I don't want to fight a man dressed as a woman. But you want your beautician to be a man dressed like a woman. You want everybody else to accept the fact that you hang out with men dressed as women. So that throws out the window. You can't say that women are the
You are the
highest.
ones having sex
You're,
with them.
you can't say that women are the quickest, biggest home buyer market. With number one, y'all the one with the kids. Single men don't need a backyard, and number two, HUD helps y'all out.
Excellent
Women
point.
getting happy on getting houses on Section 8. Like everything you saying makes no sense.
Everyone is not
Oh
getting
God.
houses on Section 8, and you use these extremes to make your point,
You
and
made
it's
an
just
extreme.
ridiculous.
You
I did
use
not
an
make an
extreme.
extreme.
Everything you
I
say
did
was an
not
extreme.
If
use
And
you're
then
talking about men having sex
I
with
did
other
not use an
men,
extreme.
yes, that is
Yes, you did.
extreme. And you're bringing up, and you
I
can't
made
make
the
a
statement that
coherent
there
point
is
for
an income
equality.
disparity. I made the statement that there is an income disparity.
And there's a
That is not
biological
extreme.
difference as well. There's an intellectual difference as
There is
well.
a biological difference. I have
Yes,
made that point.
there's
There's
going
not
to
an
be a
extreme
financial
to say
difference
that.
too.
I've made the points, and
You
those are
okay?
not
Look.
extreme points
It'd be
to
one
say that
thing.
there's
It'd
a
be one thing. It'd
biological
be one
difference.
thing if there were any measurable sign that women can do exactly the same job, exactly the same quality, for exactly the same length as a man does. There is no real test that says women are capable of doing what men do. If that were the case, we're not even having this conversation. Number one, but number two, who would have a role? Who would have a role to play if everyone could just do what everyone else, every other person is do? A relationship is about complementary, right? She can do something that I can't do. I can do something she can't do. We complement and do things for each other in terms of a relationship. We are not the same. Twins are not the same. The twin towers were not the same. Nobody does anything the same.
Hey, so
I
let me
did
add
not
something real.
say
Let me add
that
something real quick.
biologically we
Dee,
are the
let
same.
me add something real
Okay.
quick. Really, one, there's no law in the United States that women and men aren't treated equally the same. Anything that we have under the law, you have. But I think what you're asking for is equality of outcomes, and that's something nobody owes you. You know, and that's the point. There's no equality of outcomes,
I
right?
simply asked for what I asked for, which was the equality of pay.
No, but I think that's where y'all get it wrong. You know, I mean, you got to have all the equal treatment under the law as we do, if not more
Okay, and
favoritism.
the same can
That's
be
not
said
more
about you
favoritism.
all, and the same thing can be said about you all and white
Like
men
what?
and other
Give me an
men.
example.
And
Give me an
however,
example.
I will give you an example, Arpane. Here's the
Yes,
thing:
please.
we know that if a white man is
Oh,
doing your particular job, he's probably going to be paid more than you. And it doesn't matter that you know, a lot of times he doesn't have more experience than you. You guys can have equal amounts of experience and do quality work and the same quality of work, and you might not get paid more than him. He is probably going to get paid more than you. You see the income disparities when it involves you guys yourselves, but when it
Hold
comes
on for a
down to
second.
women, you
We're
guys
talking
become
about
very
a
disingenuous
controlled environment.
and lack
That is
empathy.
not in
Let me
general.
let me
It's
just
not
say
in
one more.
general, man. Well, I don't know why you want to use these controlled environment examples. If I
Podcast.
own a
Let me
business as
finish.
a black man, if I own a business as a black man, and I say I'm gonna hire all these black dudes in here, well, I'm gonna sprinkle a couple of white people in here so it won't look bad, and then I say I'm gonna pay my black workers more than I'm gonna pay my white workers. That's very different from what's going on in general. That's not what's going on in general. That's why you don't hear niggas talking about that no more.
That's right. Can I say
Because
something?
niggas know if they really want to go get to the bag, they can.
Let me say
I
something.
still hear
It's
niggas
also
talking about income
Hey,
illegal.
Point it
disparity.
out.
You can't do
Didi,
that.
you said something. Let me say something before I go, and I'll shut up after this. I work for the Department of Defense. I think the federal government is one of the largest employees in the United States.
Of black
by
women.
far, but if you're a GS-10 or GS-15, step 2, it doesn't matter whether you're white, black, or female, or you're getting the same goddamn pay as everybody else because you get paid on a scale. That's one of the largest employers everywhere. And they got a lot of women up at the higher ranks. They got blacks, whites, Hispanics, everybody. If you hit a point on the scale, you are getting the same amount of money. Same amount of money, regardless of all your demographics. So, you know, we could come back with example after example. You can have pros and cons, but the point is everything is leading towards, equal work, equal pay. And then the folks who go out of their way to make a disparaging thing has been dwindling for years. I mean, it just has. It's not a good argument. It's just not. Anyway,
Y'all sound like white people.
there. Man, I'll just land it there. So,
Didi,
look.
I challenge you to take a look at some of the labor and pay laws in this country. A lot of what you said is actually illegal. You just can't do that. They can't do that. And they would open themselves up for lawsuits, and HR would have a field day with them. They can't do a lot of the things that you're saying that is happening where women are just not being paid simply because either they're women or they had to go birth a baby or something. That's not how it works. You guys You guys have worked extremely hard and to make things equal, and you've gotten what you asked for. The fact of the matter is that biology will always win, and it's going to continue to win because women are different. You guys have menstrual cycles and all types of other stuff that goes on where you're not going to work as hard as men in most cases. And if you're the mother of several kids, more than likely you're going to be at home with the kids more so than the man would. Some of the stuff is kind of common sense. We don't have to go deep into it, but a lot of what you suggested is illegal. It's illegal, and it can't be done.
But Trey, that's why I was trying to intercept in the beginning. It's outdated tropes, right? It's cool. Let's say this. Let's say what you're gonna say. We give the 2-second responses to that rhetoric because we know it's all a deflection. We look how far we've gotten from the actual conversation that we were having, right? Which is if you're gonna say that you're a woman, right? And I like using firefighters, right? Because this is a very important job. You go into a building, it's a 300-pound man in there. What's the likelihood that you're going to be able to pull that man out as a woman? Very unlikely, right? But you want the same pay as your male counterparts that's running into them same building as you, because all you see is I'm running in the buildings like they running in the buildings. So I want the same amount of money. Cool, you can have it. You're saying when you get into this position that is usually relegated to men, that you don't want to be devalued or underpaid because you're a woman. Okay, now take that shit on the chin. When you put a man into the position that was usually relegated to women, vis-a-vis stay-at-home parenting, you don't get to devalue it. You don't get to say that when you're the stay-at-home mom, you're the one who makes the ship go. You're the reason why everything works so well. You're the oil in the rig. You keep the family together. But then when it's a man in that position, he the lazy nigga on the couch. He the good for nothing nigga. He a user. He living off somebody. No. Keep that same equality energy that you want whenever you want it. It goes
It's
across
not
the
a
board.
natural
You don't
feeling.
get to cherry pick where it applies.
Yeah, we do. We do
No, you
because
don't.
because double standards exist, and I'm okay with saying that double standards exist,
Name one.
and that's just what it is.
Name one.
Oh, it's okay for a girl to be bisexual more so than it is for a man.
That's not no damn double
That's a
standard.
double standard. It's bisexuality,
Do you know
regardless.
what the LGBTQ PRSTUV WXY and Z is? There are
Nevertheless,
people,
it is
there
a
are
double
people out
standard.
here, literally women saying that they're
It's
getting
more acceptable.
bashed, beaten, and all this
It's
other stuff
more
for being
acceptable
what
for
they
me to
are.
eat coochie than it is for you to suck dick, and that's just what it
Wait a
is.
minute. It's more
That's based
acceptable.
on
That's a
preference. That don't
double
have
It's
anything.
standard,
more
but it's true.
acceptable to heterosexual men.
Black, Black Dragon.
That's
Say
a
that
double
one more
standard.
No,
time, please.
I
Say that
understand
one
that
more
double
time, Black
standard.
Dragon.
It's more acceptable for heterosexual men that women enjoy other women, because that actually does mean in proportionate more women than us, than it is for a man to be bisexual, because a heterosexual man is not into that. He's 100% straight. He's into women. If you're going to double that count because he's bisexual and enjoys sleeping with other women, number one, both of y'all have in common. Second of all, that's his sexual interest. His interest is strictly in women, not in men. So yes, that's a double standard in your favor.
Not only that,
It's
when you
fine that it's
talk
a
to
double
women
standard in
and you
my
ask
favor, but
women
it's a double
outright,
standard.
will they be with, marry, start a family with a man who's bisexual? They say no every single time. No,
That's not
they
the
don't
point.
want a
The
man
point
who
was I was
sucks
making
cock.
up. I was naming a double standard. You can go into the extras and the nuances of that all you want to, but that's deflecting from the point.
It's
The
not a
point was
double
it's a double
standard if
standard.
both sides
It's definitely
agree.
a double standard.
It's not
DD,
a
that's
double
a
standard.
reach.
On one
You
hand, you
reaching,
got
man.
guys that like that. On the other hand, you got women who don't.
Wait, I'm
And
gonna
then on
give
the other hand, you got women who are out here getting beat up for their preferences. And on the other side, you got men who are getting celebrated for their preferences. It's across the board. You can find people on both sides of the spectrum who fall under the privilege and people who fall under the I Need Protection Act.
I'm gonna give her credit for
Double
talking
People on
about
both
something with clothes.
sides.
and
No,
it's okay.
I'm gonna give you credit for talking about things with clothes off. So let me help you out. I was dealing with a girl who used to be in lesbian orgies, crazy shit. So she used to be with 4 other girls, and I guess they move their body like a snake. I don't know. I was never invited. And she told me, she was like, "Man, I be sleeping with girls, but I sleep with you. I don't sleep with no other guys." I was like, "Well, if you that's still cheating." I'm like, "It's not cheating if you let me join though, because then we doing it as a group." She was like, "I don't share men though, because penis is kind of more important than girl." And I was like, "Look at the stats. When girls say they gay, they always come back 2 years later pregnant. To be honest, lesbians ain't number rude girls that spit on each other. So it don't matter. The little foreplay y'all doing, y'all still need a fake penis. Y'all still use strap-ons because y'all miss a man. I don't care about that. But that is a naked perspective. What's disrespectful is you telling a group of men that they should suck swiller because girls eat coochie and that will make it equal. Nothing that y'all do that we don't want to do is equality. Like if it's equal,
I
then you
didn't say
got
you
to.
should. I didn't
No.
say you
You
should.
said it.
I
You
just
triple
said if
down
it
on it.
was
You
no, I said
uh,
if you want to equate it so bad, then we
that's
would
not
have
the
to say it
equation
all the way.
though.
It's
That's not
no.
the
If you wanted
equation.
to say, I used the same logic that you used.
No, you
Was make
didn't.
You're
it equal
not.
around the
You
board?
did
Well,
not.
the
You're
logic
not.
You
was
shouldn't even
make
use
it
the word
equal around
logic.
the board.
You're
You
Did you
should
not.
not
not
say
use the
make
word
it
logic
equal around
just
the
yet.
board?
You're not.
Men are not
Because
fighting for
sexual
equality.
preference don't have
Equal
anything to
around
do
the
with
board.
equality.
Equal around the
Absolutely
board,
nothing.
right?
That's the point where I'm saying the example that you used
Well, the
respectfully
example that
is
I used about
idiotic
sexual
at best.
preference was talking. The example I used about sexual preference was about a whole different question. Now, if
But
you want to talk
my
about
point is
equal
when I
around the
ask
board,
you
then
give me an example of a double standard, the example that you use with all due respect was idiotic at best. The privilege, you're saying that it's a privilege because you're saying that it's for men, but it's something you're also arguing that women get to choose where they're equal.
I did not
So
say
if
that it was
women are
a
the
privilege
ones
for
saying
men.
they
That
don't
was
want
what
to be
another
with
gentleman
bisexual
said.
men, how is it a double standard? Y'all the ones not choosing it.
I'm saying that it's a double standard because it is socially more accepted.
By you,
In
it's not
terms
more
of social
accepted.
acceptability, it is more
Right, but you're
acceptable
the one. Wait,
for a
wait, sis.
woman to
Let's
be.
understand what you're saying.
This is the
You're the
double
one
standard.
who's
I
not
just made a
accepting it.
simple analogy about what a double
It's
standard
not
is.
simple
And
because it
about
doesn't
social,
apply, and you're trying to make it, and I'm
it
trying to show you
applies
where it
to
doesn't.
social acceptability. In terms of social
You're not.
acceptability,
You're the
what a
one who's
double
not
standard
accepting it.
is. You being loud does not make you any more correct.
It don't matter. You over talking don't make you more correct. You're the one who's all you have to do is say yes. I will sleep with, marry, or be with, or have a family with a bisexual man. Double standard goes out the window. That's literally the solution to that. But you're not gonna do it because you don't want a man who sucks dick.
Didi, I'm trying to find out.
What
I'm
I
trying to
would
find out. I'm
choose
trying to
has
find out
nothing to do
where
with
the
social
unfairness is. In
acceptability.
order for it to be a double standard, there has to be one part. It has to be unfair. Who's it unfair to?
It would be unfair to whoever is in that community.
Bro, why are we entertaining this
No,
shit?
so you know
No,
what?
no,
Wow.
Didi, no, it
It's
wouldn't
time to
be
move on.
actually.
Okay,
This shit stupid.
before we move on, right? And and B, you can take it where you want to go.
Yeah, this
Listen,
shit.
Didi, you would have had a little bit more ground if you would have used the tried and true double standard of men sleeping around and women sleeping around. First of all, I don't think that's a double standard either. I just think it's a different standard, but I wouldn't argue the difference right now. If you would have used that one, then we would have had maybe some basis for some kind of discussion. But that's still
I did
besides
use
the
that one.
point.
This is the one that worked.
That's still besides the point.
It broke.
And the real point is, and
Well, look at
I like Beans bringing this home about men being able to stay at home without reprisal and take care of the family. I just think that goes against a biological imperative. And I think that's one of the major reasons why that won't really work in mass. Not because women won't accept men that way. I just think they can't. Not in droves. I just think there's something about women who can't come home if they're making the bread. You come home, and even if a man does a yeoman's job with the children and all the good nurturing shit at home, I just think there's a certain amount of resentment they're gonna have, and the panels kind of play that out. I mean, we on these panels, and women say, "Man, I can't see myself taking care of a man for more than a couple of months, 6 months max." This comes from the women's mouths itself,
It does, but too
I
bad.
believe the one they say it. So you
but
get
it
some
sucks.
grace. If you got a
It does,
great
but too
woman,
bad.
you'll get some grace, but she's definitely got to see stepping stone to progress where she don't have that pressure at a certain point in time where they can't take it. That's what I think.
But Arpain, to your point, right? Here's what I'm saying, right? if you put a man in that position, more often than not, a man is going to put something together for himself.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
He's going to put something together for himself because in general, we want to be productive. We want to be doing something anyway.
Well
right?
said.
That's
Well
going
said.
to be the eventuality of that situation. But
But
what
she
I'm
give you
saying
time,
is,
kids.
but
She
what
gonna
I'm
give you time.
right, but what I'm saying is that the narrative itself, we have changed the narratives around women while simultaneously telling men you got to be stuck in the past. That it's not going to work, right? It's like that's like telling people, yes, their debit cards exist, but just keep fiddling with trash. I mean, with cash. No, nigga, I like the comfortability of having. I keep $20 in my wallet. I keep $20 in one spot in my vehicle. That's as much cash as I ever have on me, right? Because I have to do laundry. So I know when it's time for me to do laundry, I got my $20 in there. I can go to the laundromat and get my $20 in quarters. That's it. I keep everything else is plastic. Credit card to debit card because of the convenience, right? The times have changed. We want to come along with the times too. Men are saying, look, the same way how you don't want to be relegated to the bedroom and to the kitchen and to barefoot and pregnant. Guess what? I don't want to be your fucking ATM. I don't want you to look at me as what I can give you, but you want me to look at you and value your presence. Fuck you.
But how you gonna be the boss if you're not paying the cost?
Who's saying I want to be the boss?
A lot of y'all want submission.
What does
The
that have to
average
do with me
man
being a
wants
boss?
submission. Now you use yourself specifically, you might not, but most men that come on these panels are constantly talking about they want to be the leader in their relationships and in their households.
Hang on.
Right. Those are two
Hang on.
different
Here's the
things.
difference. Here's the
Let me
difference.
say
Here's the
one thing,
difference.
and I'm
Here's
about
the
to be
difference.
quiet.
Leader and
Hang on.
boss
Here's the
are,
difference.
first of all,
Oh
leader and
my
boss are two
God.
different things.
Here is the
Leader
difference.
and boss
Hang
are
on.
two
All
different
right.
things.
Hang on.
One
Here's
mic,
the
please.
difference.
One mic.
Let me.
One mic.
Dang, man. Hang on. Here's the difference. Men understand that they have to earn everything they want, while women simply demand it to be given to them, to put in no work, no effort. Here's what I want, give it to me, versus men who understand from 5 years old, if you want a Nintendo, if you want a toy, you have to earn it. If we will not give you this thing without you putting in the work at school, report card, bring it home to me, and if your work and effort is worthy, you shall be rewarded. From 5 years old. That is the difference between men and women, boys and girls. We
No,
are
it's
made
not.
from a very young age to understand whatever we want out of life, no matter how big or small, we have to earn it.
That's anybody who is raising a child to be productive as a citizen is going to teach their children that. I was taught that as a child. I was taught to pay attention in school and to thrive and do well. That was most girls I know as well were taught keep your head off them boys and keep your head in those books. They teach everyone this if they give a fuck about the
Jesus
kids.
Christ.
Y'all,
I'm
y'all
not
didn't
hearing
listen
any.
though. Y'all didn't listen though.
Like for
Here's the
us
point. Here's
women
the
to
difference.
go to
Into
Here's the
college
point. He
and
didn't say. He
to
didn't say
go get a
anything about
degree,
working for something
to
that she has
go
to
and
earn.
work,
He didn't
to
say
go
that.
get an education and go get a skill and go work in your field is to, and then go buy the things that you want, is to also understand that concept, EBD. And women are also doing that.
How you doing, Uncle
We're
John?
working, we're skilled and we're educated and we're working. So we
How do
understand
you
the
earn
concept of
provision from
having
a
to
man in a
work to go
relationship?
buy things.
How do you earn provision from a man in a relationship?
That depends on the man that you're dealing with. Every man will have a different standard.
Thank you.
There is no different standard. Really.
That's actually a great response. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What's up, Jeff?
So when you say, do
And-
you want to be a boss? Guess what? That's going to be different for every man. Leadership, that's going to be different for every man. It ain't going to look the same. But the problem is that we have to buy it. No, fuck that. Men are saying we done with paying you for shit that you should bring to the relationship in general. You should bring that to the relationship simply because you chose to be there. I'm not buying your loyalty. I'm not buying your respect. I'm not buying your consideration. I'm not buying your cooperation. I'm not buying your submission. I'm not buying your nurturing and your love and your care. I'm not paying for that
Facts.
shit. You give
Let me,
the pussy away for free, but you want me to buy all this stuff that you should be bringing to the relationship anyway.
in fact, let me add to that. You should bring ass to the relationship. I shouldn't have to buy a BBL. That's all I needed to say.
You
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Hey, fellas, y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
Hey,
I wanted to go back to Sister D's question about paying the cost to be the boss. Got to push back on that a little bit. I brought this up before. I have a friend who is a bus driver in Brazil. He's married and has been for a very long time, coming up on 20-something years, to a cardiothoracic surgeon. He is the man of his house. It doesn't have anything to do with him paying the cost to be the boss by what he's been given outside of his house. He pays the cost to be the boss by providing leadership, by providing comfort and counsel and guidance, the thing that every religious and historical publication that I've ever read shows that a man gives outside of the concept of money. I ask sisters this all the time. If you measure your man by the dollar he makes, well, what will you measure him by when it collapses? This buying the cost of your leadership is, again, that's your auntie's place. This is a new day. In very, very short order, we're not going to have to ask you anything. Women now, and especially women in general, and Black women specifically, are in absolutely no mathematical, social, or financial position in which to barter or discuss this intelligently. You need a man, and those of you who want a man are in the same group. Those of you who do not realize that you need a man are going to absolutely perish in the next 5 years, period. And if you want a Black man under 40, unless he is willing to surrender his monogamy, you're going to have to share him openly. Those are the numbers. So the rest of this conversation is just arranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It really is futile. You can talk about it however you want. This is why I asked this question, and there is no answer to it. Ladies, what negative comment about Black men? Name a negative comment you can make about a Black man that helps your crisis. And I don't think there is one.
Okay. Jeff, I would like to respond to something that you had mentioned. And you were saying that what is a man measured by? If the dollar collapses, it will be his ability to gain resources and to obtain resources. So that's that. And when you want to speak from a biblical perspective, even God does not like niggas who do not provide, because the Bible says in 1 Timothy 5:8, anyone who does not provide for their relatives, and especially for those in their own household, has denied the faith and is worse than an infidel. So God don't even fuck with you niggas who don't want to provide for your families. And this is why it's a problem with men not being able to do so. I don't think that you should be giving your daughters to men who cannot provide for them. That is a liability. This is how she's going to end up a baby mama, because she's dealing with a man who cannot provide.
Okay.
So I think we should still encourage women to deal with men who can provide.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back a little bit. Number one, with regard to judgment, especially of Black men in whole scale who cannot provide, I invite you to watch a documentary called 13th. That I believe would at least move your logical needle a little bit. Number two, if you look at the financial landscape with which you are using to judge Black men, it is a rule and a landscape by which productive regular average white men can no longer follow. This setup that you have, and again, I don't like lazy, shiftless, don't want nothing ass black men either. I can't stand them. However, they are in the same pool with single women who take on the energy that you have right now, as in the next 5 years, they too are going to perish. This folding your arms and telling a man what you want from that tone in the future will get you nothing. It's very, very expensive. And you're right. You are right. But your tone is too funky to work in the future. It's not. No man that is going to be either the head of one woman or multiple women is going to put up with it. For what? When he can just push you out into the cold prairie and let you fend for yourself with other women who will be fending for themselves, who speak like that. It's not that you're wrong. It's that sometimes, and I can be wrong here. I can't tell you what it is. I can tell you what it looked like in here. And oftentimes, sisters who speak like you speak, act like stank is their birthright. And it isn't. Right. And it's very, very expensive now.
Wait, please.
Only women have to coddle you are your women that you fucking. Now, I coddle the men that I'm fucking, but I'm not going to coddle no man that I'm not fucking. So that's your woman. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to just keep it 100 with you because we speaking from brother and sister perspective. So this is why I speak to you in a certain way. But I don't talk to men in the same tone how the men that I'm entertaining, whatever, in the same tone how I talk to y'all.
Oh, that's great to know. That's great news. But what you're doing, sis, what you're doing is you are telling us that in the absence of those men, you're not a queen. You know why the queen's shoes don't get muddy? Because the queen don't walk in the mud. And what that does is it really, really drops you in a security position. And I'm talking about the mind state. That mind state says that the only men that you respect are the only men that are responsible for you. Well, that means 24 hours a day, you best be around those men, because if these are the men that you are openly dropping a tier to disrespect to, well, we drop a tier of security. And the women who are around me don't have that problem, because none of the women around me ever talk to men in any other tone than a cordial and respectful one, because the women around me understand that they have no business in a debate or an argument where they get to lose the integrity that we push them out with. So you're right. The women around me are far different than you.
I'm about to bounce out.
No, because I don't really care about the women who are around you.
Hold on.
You brought them up.
I'm about to bounce out.
Trigger Mike said he'll be back in a minute. So,
all right, Mike.
So hold on.
I'm about to bounce out. Look, Uncle Jeff, I stayed because I saw you pop up. I've been meaning to email you. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, it's still in my Google. I'm gonna email you in a minute.
Well, nigga.
Hey, look, man. Swoop, nigga. Look, as far as what she talking about, she ain't talking about shit. That's why I was about to bail out, because this way too many clothes on. Nothing she says makes sense. And because the perfect truth is 80% of men
to keep up.
80% of men are just fine. You like the bottom barrel 20%. 80% of men can make a living and take care of themselves.
Sure.
But you have to be able to be respectful in response and well, number one, respectful. We can stop there. But you also have to be able to follow instructions of men who don't have a parole officer. So you can't call nobody to get him up off your ass. He don't have no parole officer. Those not the type of men you like. So the men with no parole officer in a 9-to-5 job, they're out there. 80% of men. The fact that women keep making this talking point is what I debunk, because it makes every man who does regular man stuff think he's an exceptional black man, and you're not. You're awesome. All men are awesome, but you're not exceptional because you have a job. 80% of men have jobs. You know what I'm saying? You're not exceptional because you take care of your kids. Most men, when given the opportunity, take care of their kids. Like you're a good man, but you're not like.
Well, you're supposed to be.
Right, but these girls will make you think that you're an exceptional dude because they make terrible choices. They're just horrible at being human beings. They have no parental training. They're just horrible toddlers. And y'all bad patriarchs. Y'all want to love a woman instead of training your child. They're the adult-sized child. And you have to treat them as such until they find a responsibility level to be I don't even want to say a partner.
All right now.
Be a partner. You know what I'm saying?
Can you even afford to have this
Damn,
conversation?
you left, Uncle Jeff. I was about to ask you a question. So listen, here's the thing, right? Because I wanted to mention this real quick, right? Because the sister brought up the Bible, which is absolutely hilarious, right? Because in that same book of Timothy, it says that I suffer not a woman to teach. I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp the authority over man, but be in silence.
In
Right?
church.
In English, what that means is the woman
In
should keep
church.
silent.
No, that's
In
not just
church.
in church.
In
That's
church.
not just in
But
church.
they're
And
not
in
That's not
church,
permitted
just
to
in
and
teach.
guess
church.
what? And
It's
Ecclesiastes
not.
also says, but you should already know this, but you still need somebody to teach you at
Right?
this big
But
grown
it's not.
age.
But
So here's the
it's
point.
Now
not.
that's
So
the
wait, hold
thing.
It's
on, hold
not.
on, hold
What's
on,
good
hold on,
about
It's
hold
you,
on,
not
brother?
John,
just.
hold
These
on,
are
John,
people
It's
you
hold
should
on,
not
have
John,
just.
known
please.
as an
It's not just
elder.
in church.
John, hold
You're
on,
old
It's not
enough
please,
just
to
in
because
you
church.
old enough to be
John,
no, the
hold on,
sons and
please.
daughters will
I
prophesy,
already got an
okay?
overtalk
The
her.
sons
Don't
and
make me
daughters
go
will
after him talk
prophesy.
with you, right?
And I'm
So
definitely one of the
here's the
daughters.
point.
So you can
So
say
she
what you want
brought
to say.
that up, right? The whole thing is this, because she said that
Context.
that's God, right? But here's what they do all the time. When it's stuff in the Bible that does not align with their life, they say, man, put that in there. God didn't say that. Paul did.
I didn't say man put anything in there.
God didn't say
I
that.
said
Paul did.
context. I said
God
context.
didn't say that. Paul
Every
did.
word in that Bible is the living word breathed. It said inspired by God. That's
Is
also
that
in
right?
Timothy. It
So why
said
are you
every
here?
word in there is
Because you're not
inspired by
supposed to
God.
be here. You're not supposed to
All
be
right,
here talking
okay. Do it
and
not
trying to
say that
teach
all
and,
the Bible
and
is
over talk
inspired
men
by the word of God?
according to the Bible.
Hey, Beats,
I
I
don't
got
Priscilla and
something to
actually
say.
Aquila.
wait,
So
hold on,
who was
Kane.
Priscilla?
See,
Who was
I don't
who was
actually believe
who was
that, right?
Priscilla?
But
And who
you're the
was
one who
Phoebe?
want
Who
to
was
go to the
Anna?
Bible.
These were women who was getting niggas right.
So
Beats,
Priscilla
that's
was
the
not an
point. You can't
authority.
use the Bible on
Priscilla,
one hand and then at the
I'm not
same
here to be
time
no
I,
authority.
I got,
you're
I
ignoring the
got,
other scripture in the same
I,
book.
I'm not here
I
to be
got,
no authority.
I got something to say.
You
I got
obviously
something to
are
say. This is what I,
we cannot talk over each other. I'm going to make sure that you get to speak. It's
man, Beats.
second, but wait a minute, Ekene, please, brother.
Okay, let me let you go.
It's just a second. It's not me going. That's the point. But
Okay.
Sister Didi, this is what I'm saying. You brought up the Bible. And in that same book, there's another one that says you should be in silence. Do you agree with that scripture? Yes or no? Right. See, this is the part where
Let's use the proper context, because the thing about it is, brother, if you're
Mhm,
gonna bring it up and try to use it as a point against me, then you need to
mhm.
use it in its proper context.
Let's do
It's
that.
not fair to bring it up and then you're
Right.
not using it in its proper context.
Right.
You're trying to use it as an argument for what you're saying, but you're omitting the point of the
Right.
context. And that
Right.
context is dictating the place. And right
Mhm,
now we're not in church, brother.
mhm. We literally are.
We're not.
Really. So when I go
We're
get
not.
the scripture and tell you that tells you that God is everywhere.
This is
It,
not the church. This
it
is not the church.
literally is.
He's omnipresent, but this is not the church. There are designated
Exactly.
places of worship.
Everywhere is a
There are
church. There's
designated
nowhere in the
places.
world that you're not supposed to
There
conform
are
to the word of
designated,
God.
but there are specific designated places of
DD
church
churches in
that
you,
are.
Yes,
DD.
that's this,
DD
where
churches
men
in
have
you.
come to gather
That is
and
a
to
saying.
discuss. And here you are in the presence of
That is
men
a
gathering
saying.
and discussing, trying to usurp authority by over talking.
This
Sounds
is
like
you trying
sounds
to
like a
use things
meeting to
out of
me.
context.
Sounds like any meeting.
So did
Any meeting.
you.
I'm not
Once the
using it out of context.
Yes,
I
you
talked
did,
about a
because
man
you're not
providing for
Holy
his
because
family
Spirit.
what you're not doing is you're not applying that scripture in real time. This is
in
real
real time.
time.
I'm applying it, brother, and I'm telling you that in that scripture in its context is talking about in the church. You want to place
When
But
a
the
the
man
man
because
scripture
you
was
said
that
it a
you
pot.
use is
You're
not.
gonna
You're
say
not
that we're
applying
on a
it to real
podcast.
time. This
I'm
is
on a
real
podcast
time.
on my couch. You're on wherever you are,
Right.
brother, and
This
we
is
online,
real
and
time,
you trying
though.
to now
So when you
equate
bring up a
us being
scripture
on
talking about what
YouTube to
people are
church.
supposed to be able to
YouTube
provide,
is
when
not
we live in
church.
a world where there is a dominant society who can impede people's ability to provide at any given time they want to, then you can't hold that scripture over their head.
Brother.
No, not brother.
This is
See, this
not
is
a
what I'm
church.
saying. You
This
don't
is
want to
not a
accept
church.
truth.
This is
You
not a
on
church.
bullshit.
I'm not on bullshit.
You
You on
are.
bullshit. You're
You are,
deflecting.
because you won't even acknowledge that that's true.
This argument's not that
Well,
You're
deep.
I'm
literally,
not
Hey,
going
hold
to
hey,
on,
he
you're
can't be
acknowledge
literally
both
your
of
sitting here
y'all.
right
understanding.
He can't
now.
be both
You
of y'all
literally,
right
I'm not
now.
going
He
hold
to
can't
on,
be both of
Black
y'all
acknowledge
Dragon,
right
your
now.
Black
half-ass
He can't
Dragon,
even.
stop.
understanding
He,
as
You
truth.
he can't
literally
even.
Sir,
just sat here about
He
5
can't even
minutes
speak.
ago
He can
Both,
name
Literally
both of
just sat
Just
here
say what
about
it
5
is.
minutes
But
Nah,
you're
ago,
not
man.
gonna
and
get
you
Nah,
none
said
until
out
you
of
say
your
what
gotta
it
be
own
is.
mouth.
okay,
man.
both of you got to let other people talk, please.
Okay,
Just
brother. Okay,
let,
when
Ekene,
you
I would
start
like to hear what
talking,
you got
we're
to say.
going to
Go ahead,
shut up and
Ekene.
let you talk.
okay, but both of you have to let somebody talk.
Go
This
ahead,
is
Okay,
Trigger
Ekene.
Mike
matter of
Go
show,
fact,
ahead,
go ahead,
not
Ekene.
this
Ekene. Go ahead,
show.
Ekene. Go ahead. Go
Come
ahead.
on, man.
Go ahead.
We
Go ahead,
all
Ekene.
find out and you guys can never let us talk.
I just
Yeah,
said go ahead
Ekene, go
5
ahead.
times, Ekene.
Okay, let me talk.
Go ahead,
Okay,
brother.
I'm going to go ahead and talk. Hey, Didi, I know you and I have discussed this many times. What Biz is saying to you is 100% correct. A woman is not supposed to be talking in the council of men, church or no church, anywhere that men. Wherever there is a man talking, a woman is not supposed to talk. This is not church. This is in every culture, in every creed, and in every crony. It kind of make me mad whenever you guys have to reference everything to church. Not all of us are Christians. But one thing that is common is that it's all universal. Because one thing that I found out is that whenever some women want to win arguments, they bring church and also contradict themselves in the same church description or
Exactly.
description. You see what I'm saying? It's in every culture. It's in American culture, it's in African culture, it's in the Middle Eastern culture. When men are talking, women don't talk. That's why there's even in your scripture, it said we're in the council, not in the church, in the council of men. Women don't talk. But this is what we do in this space. We want women to talk so that we can know their mind in order to relate better with them than we used to be or
And in
than we
every
used to
culture,
do.
men provide.
And I'm going to talk about that right now. Any man that tells you that a man should not provide or a man should be at home and do certain duty because men are good at it, that is 100% wrong. A man should provide at all times. A man should go to the field and kill and bring home. A woman should cook it. But at the same time, women are also throughout scripture till the land, which means women also do work. There is no time in history that women never worked. The only way women didn't work was a Western invention. The same Western invention that has invented everything contrary to nature, that women are paying the price today, is the same Western invention that created the trophy wife. The trophy wife is the only one that doesn't work. And it's because her husband enslaved a whole goddamn man to do her job. So if your husband don't own slaves, you take your ass to work. That's what it is. And the other
you
point,
give your money to him, your husband.
and you give your money to him. Yes. But this is what I always say when it comes to giving money to husband. This is my opinion. It's not the rule. My opinion is this: 80% of what a woman makes is supposed to go to the household. That doesn't mean she has to naturally take the check and give to the man and say, keep it. It has to go to the household, which means they either create an account or they have to have a place where they put that money. She should not have less than 80% of what she makes in her pocket. That 20% is for her to be able to do things that pertain to her self-care, which a man doesn't have to know, but not go buy expensive gifts, not go buy expensive goods and bring into the house. No, that is carelessness. And Didi, another thing is this. When you talk with men, it's not sexy to be using the word fuck and sex. Or I deal with men. You got to make yourself
I'm not
attractive.
interested in appealing to you or being attractive to you.
Guess what?
You are
Guess
a
what?
married man. You are a married man. I'm not interested in appealing to you.
But guess
You
what?
just need to
But this is
understand my point. Nevertheless,
but guess what? But this is where you miss it. I'm not going to disrespect you while I talk to you, but I'm going to talk to you in a very respectful way. Didi, if you respect me as a married man, guess what I have? I have friends. I have cousins. I have men that might want a wife tomorrow. And I will say to them, there is this girl called Didi in Houston, very nice woman with a very good mouth that says the good things, that respects men. Please, that's a good girl for marriage. But will I do that tomorrow? Hell to the no.
I
Because
am
you
not
can't control your
interested in
damn
your
mouth.
word of
Oh,
recommendation.
okay.
I'm
I'm
not
just
interested.
telling
Wait,
you.
Hold on, hold on,
hold on,
Ekene,
hold on,
one second,
hold on,
Ekene. So one thing,
I'm not
hold on,
Before we
seeking
go
your
one
down,
thing.
approval
before we
or
go down the
validation.
personal route, hold on, real quick, y'all. Before we go down the personal route, Ekene, I want to address something that you said because I want to make sure I understand this. Right? You're acknowledging that we live in a world. Well, I don't want to use that word because that other lady be using that word. Let's say you're acknowledging that most men and women live in a world that they don't actually control, correct?
Right now, they don't control it.
Okay. So by you having that awareness, then Ekene, here's what I'm trying to make sure I understand. There are women out here who are allowed to work and make just as much money as men do on all
Mm-hmm.
levels, from the bottom floor as a hostess or waitress at IHOP to CEO levels, business
Mm-hmm.
owners, okay? And you're telling me that from the bottom to the top, none of those women should ever be the providers in their households?
No, that's not what I said. Remember what I said at the end? I said a woman, no matter how much she makes, no matter how much she earns, right, should not keep 80% of her wealth, of her income to herself. She has to put it into the family coffer. You see what I'm saying? Which means she has to spend it into the family. If she earns, let's say her husband earns
So it's okay for her
20,000.
to provide then.
That means she has to contribute to the provision of the house. She's not going to be the provider, because when you say provider, you take away the man's manhood. You know what I mean?
No, I
This,
don't
check
know.
this out. Okay, let me give it in terms of mathematical calculation. A woman makes $100,000, right? And her husband makes 50,000, right? Then the husband contributes almost all the entire 50,000 to the household. Am I correct? About, let's say, 45,000 goes into the household, right? She has to contribute $80,000 into the household without being the provider. But guess what? In terms of physical numbers, she contributed twice her husband. Am I correct?
Right.
Almost twice her husband, right? Yes. But the reason why I don't use the term provider, once you put the word makes her the provider, now some men don't like that. You take away their manhood, even though she contributes more, but she has to still come home and be the wife.
So
Be
this what I'm gonna
under.
do.
Ekene,
So this what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna accept that.
let me add one thing to that though, because
Yes.
it's not that she's just not the provider. It's just that it's not that the man not gonna like it. It's because it's not what it is. Just because she makes more money doesn't mean that she's gonna get submission either. The money,
Yes.
the head of the family is not about how much money you make. It's about the
Yes.
position of the man.
Yes.
Nothing challenges that ever. Money, nothing challenges that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I think I'm gonna accept what you're saying,
Yeah.
Ekene. At the end of the day, you are saying that it's okay for her to bring more provisions financially to the family.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna take my W's where I can get them. Black Dragon, you was trying to say something not too long ago.
No, I'm just listening to the back and forth. I wanted to make sure Ikene got in. But what I will say, just real quick, just to wrap, I don't take too long anyway. But what I will say about when we're talking about equity of pay or equity of work or who should do what were the difference between men and women? Again, I'll go back to this example because every man on this panel could probably relate to some extent. You were young, you were a child when you learned that in order to get whatever it is that you wanted, big, small, Kool-Aid, whatever, toy, whatever it was, you had to put in work or effort to obtain it. You could not get that thing on your own. Your parents had money. They were the gatekeepers of whatever access you had as far as what you want, what your heart's desire. That new train set, with that new airplane, new Jordans, like use whatever you want. You had to go through a level of effort in order to get it. We understand this with items. We understand this with food. We understand this about women. In order to get the woman that we want, we have to put in such and such effort to obtain her. That is not the other way around. It is not bred into women that they need to work their ass off all their lives in order to find a good man. That's why they date bad boys. That's why
I
they're
think
able
I
to
think
mess
I think
around,
we need
mess
we, I
around, do
think we need
whatever
to
they
stop.
want.
I think we need to stop teaching that one. We need to stop teaching that one.
Yeah, we need to get rid of that immediately.
Yeah, we don't need to teach that we don't need to teach that we're working to get women. That's not no. A woman is a woman.
Women's not given to us. It's not. We have to earn
No,
that. We
no,
gotta take them on
no,
dates.
no,
We
no,
gotta do
no.
this. We gotta do that.
EBD. I'm gonna push back on this one, EBD.
Go
And
for it.
trust when I tell you, when I push back on this one, I'm asking you to actually think about what you're saying.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
do not want to put yourself in a position where you have to work for a woman. You are now saying that you are now making yourself worthy for her. No, she needs to make herself. She needs to be worthy for you.
I'm not saying that shouldn't be the case. I'm just saying that's not the world we live in.
Thank you for being honest, EBD.
EBD, I'm going to correct you on that one. I'm sorry. Whatever you said earlier was very good, but this is, you see,
What do you disagree with? What do you disagree with?
Yeah, the last portion. It's not the world we live in. I remember B saying the same thing to me, but I didn't want to push back a little bit because I wanted him to get his words out, right? But the world we live in is the world that men allowed.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so men can also say to other men, no, we're not living in this world anymore. And guess what? They have to go to war with those men to change the rules. Just like the men that brought this rule psychologically and in terms of business-wise, took men away from work and gave it to women.
Your mic is hot, bruh. Your mic is way hot.
Can you guys hear me better?
Yeah,
can you hear me better?
Is anybody else hearing that?
Well, I hear him, but go ahead. Just talk in your normal tone of voice. And
yeah. Talk quiet, talk low.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the world today,
okay,
the men that caused all these problems, right, did it intentionally for business sake. They didn't do it because they care about your family or my family. They don't. So they wanted to pay less wage.
Right.
So 2 for the price of 1. They allowed women to come to work. So I got to, like, I see people in the chat saying that, oh, men don't want to be providers. No, men would rather work than stay at home. But the thing is this, when you, Keisha, apply for job and Dwayne and John apply for job, who do you think is going to get that job? If it's not a manual labor job, they will give it to Keisha.
Right.
Because they don't want Dwayne in that office arguing with them or telling them that what they're trying to do is not good. They want Keisha to say, okay, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, because Keisha care about Louis Vuitton shoe that she has to buy next week Saturday.
Right.
So she will work for it. That's why they don't want the men to be at the office challenging their authority.
I guess I'm missing the disagreement. Like, how is this any like?
Where's the
disagreement with what I just said? What I was saying earlier.
No, what you were saying earlier was that something about men. No, okay, you know what? Don't worry about it.
Can I take a stab? Let me take a stab.
It's not about the 7 women grabbing hold of one man. But that day ain't the day, and you ain't gonna be the one I grab a hold of.
Okay.
Like, there you go.
Let's take a good look at what I think is the disagreement here. When you hear us say, and I'm gonna put us on it with John the Baptist, do not say that you are working to get a woman. That is different than this equation, and this is the absolute equation we need you to get to, Dragon. Your work should put you in the category worthy of a woman of a particular caliber, but you didn't do the work to get her. You do the work to get the work, and then you decide what woman or women will be around you as is qualified by you and the work that you have done. That is a different energy than I'm gonna work in order to get these things so I can get a woman. No, I am doing these things because these things are the things I am supposed to be doing, and I will add a woman or women unto them. Is I think what the difference in energy that we are discussing here. And fellas, let me know if I'm right or wrong. Trey,
You're right. And this is why you're right, because this is what I always try to tell young men. I can tell you what kind of man you are by your standards and principles that you have for your life and the things that you let into your life. Example: if I see a dude who's fit in his shape with a woman 300 pounds, even though he's fit in his shape, I think he has very low standards.
Sure.
Because why would he hold himself to a certain standard, but then not hold people around him to the same standard?
Maybe he just like fat chicks.
So
Hey,
Trey,
Trey, Trey, that's right. He likes fat chicks, but then there's something that maybe we have to investigate that, right? There may be something in his mind that says, you know what? I like fat chicks. This is all I deserve.
Maybe he just likes the comfort of the folds and the.
Okay.
You know,
all right, Trey, please.
So
please,
let me ask you, Uncle Jeff.
Uncle.
Let me ask you, like the woman that you want, the woman, I'm not sure if you were married or not, Jeff?
Oh, me? Yes, sir.
So are you saying that you didn't put any kind of work or effort to obtain her as a wife?
No, as I've told this story before. I was not at all even looking. I was in a rebuild mode after a horrible wipeout financially. When I met her, I was in the process of rebuilding, so I wasn't even really looking to put that relationship together. It came about because of the work that she knew that she came to know that I did
just 1 second.
and am doing and had done previously or was about, what my energy was about, what my mission was about. My plan was wide open and easy to see. It was well documented that I had been successful at it already.
So this is a woman. So are we talking about a woman who pursued you rather than you pursuing her?
No, we are no. So I pursued her.
So wait. So that's the woman that you wanted. You pursued the woman that you wanted.
Yes.
And you had to put in some kind of effort for her to eventually marry you.
Sure. Oh, as in wooing a woman? Sure.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the end of my
brother. That's apples and bowling balls.
But that's what I said. So that's what I'm saying.
Apples and bowling balls. I know what you're saying. No, well, it's
that's exactly what I said. You have to do some. I said, okay, here, let me try to sum it up again. 10, 20 seconds. Men, boys, from young, are taught by their parents, teachers, whoever the hell you want. Whatever we want, we have to work for it and earn it. It is not just given to us. For when we're little children, we're taught that our parents are the gatekeepers to anything that we may want to buy because we have no purchasing power. We are also coming up in an age, through boyhood, through teenager, puberty, all that in order to get the woman that we want or the girl that we want, whether it be sex, long-term marriage, we have to put in a level of effort and work to get that too.
So I guess
where's your disagreement?
EBD. The disagreement is this right here. It's the effort, energy that you and the way you conveying your message to the way that we're conveying our message. You're making something. Listen. I'm going to tell you. Your conversation, your words make it sound like everything you're doing is for that woman.
Everything what do you think? What do you mean?
Your conversation is coming out like everything, every effort you putting forth, because I want to get to this woman.
No.
No, I'm telling you that's how your. I'm telling you that's how your. I'm telling you that's how your words are coming out.
That's what you're hearing, but that's not exactly.
Hold on.
Am I the only one hearing this?
No. So even if that's how it sounds to some people, what it's basically saying is that everything you do to add value to yourself qualifies you for everything in life, such as a woman, right? So if you're adding value to yourself, it makes you more attractive to women. It makes you more attractive for leadership, so on and so forth. Sure. So it's just one of the things along the way.
Hey, hit the super chat, Mike.
Didi said she was gonna read them. I'm driving. Y'all just trying to get me caught up in these streets. Go ahead.
Ask this, what does Isaiah 4:1 say about that?
I guess that is
Michael M.
It
1999.
says
Hang
that
on.
7
We're just getting the
going
super
to a
chats.
man.
We're just going to super chats real quick. Embrace the grace, $5. All men must be valued, respected, and appreciated.
That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Embrace the Grace.
That's $5. I ever
Didi up here. Hold on.
All right, get through the super
Didi
chat.
up
Y'all
here.
to rush me because I was gonna tell you what it said.
It's done. Go ahead. It's done. Yeah, I think it was only those two. But yeah.
Go ahead and read from your phone Bible what it says. Go ahead, Didi.
It says that the 7 women will be clinging on to the one man and bringing their food and all this good stuff. But that day ain't today, and I will not be clinging to Mike.
Whoa.
How about
and
that?
all this
Hey,
and all this good stuff, is that an actual
There
quote?
it is. It's
That was a
solidified.
summary.
Didi, why you ain't read it?
Wait a minute. Let's see. Let me
need
find
no more
Isaiah
evidence to
4:1
show
and
you
see
what we're
exactly
dealing
what
with.
it
It was a
says.
summary. It talked about how 7 women will cling to a man,
You
and they
ain't
was gonna bring
summarized
their
that,
food,
Timothy.
they
Why
was
you
gonna
summarizing
provide and
this?
whatnot, and they was gonna bring their own food and clothing. And I told him that day ain't today, and he ain't that dude.
No more
So your
evidence
Bible,
to
you
show
only
you
have
what
He
we're
3
dealing with.
pages in your Bible. You only got 3
Timothy.
pages in your Bible.
Okay. Let's see what that's
Do we have
about.
anything
Y'all
more?
niggas lack
Hey, Mike,
discernment.
what's the next topic, man? Do we have something else, man, that you want to talk
Hey,
about?
We got a good conversation right now.
I don't think it's that good.
No, this shit is not good,
Can y'all check the
John the
super chats?
Baptist.
They got
Because
people saying that y'all
look what
missed super
just
chats.
happened, right? I'm gonna go to the Bible and I'm gonna say that the Bible says this to try to say something against men. Then when somebody bring up another scripture, all of a sudden that scripture don't apply. This is the bullshit that I was talking about. This is what I'm saying. I don't know why women do that.
Touche.
It's a time and place for everything.
Didi,
and
how you
things need
paraphrase
Take the
that?
Bible
Though?
out of
That's
it.
crazy.
Okay.
Lauren Mack.
Well, if we could.
All right. I don't know if
think there's-
anybody read this one.
Lauren Mack, $4.99. I just have to say this: Didi, why fine? The rest of the panel should fix your face.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you, sis.
And
Oh,
he
y'all
is
talking.
beautiful.
This is the reason.
Yeah.
This
Lauren, get women code.
This confusion that Beans speaks of is the very reason that the Bible we speak of has 1 Corinthians 14:34, where it says that women are to be silent in the churches. They're not allowed to speak.
Hold on. Start over. Say that real slow. You said that too fast. Say that slow like I'm retarded.
We
say
brought
that
that one up already.
For this very reason. It is for this. This is the reason that Paul was speaking to the Corinthians. For this, women are to be silent in the church. If they have any questions, they're supposed to get that from their man about God, who is supposed to be a man of God. If they are missing any of those elements, as in under a man of God or discussing a man of God, they are out of order. This is why these circular arguments that Beans discusses. This is how right after Beans makes a logical argument, we get hit with there's a time and place for everything. Men argue on a drag strip. The one at the end with the most facts wins. Women argue on an oval dirt track. The one at the end, the one who runs out of gas first loses.
Uncle Jeff,
That's why.
my point though. Uncle Jeff, the thing about it is this. I appreciate you for reading that in its entirety, and you say it in the church. And you the one who brought that. I'm glad you read that. Because I said in the church. And see, what Beans was trying to do was bring that up and apply that for everywhere. And he was trying to equate a youthful panel to the church.
Beans read
and
Timothy.
that was what I
Beans
had
read
issue
Timothy.
with.
Well,
Beans
no.
read
Because
Timothy.
thank
Beans
you,
read
Jeff,
Timothy.
for bringing it up.
It's two or more people
Can I hit
talking
that
about
back,
the gospel.
please?
The church.
Can I
thought
please
when it
hit
was
that
two or
back?
more people.
Thank you.
Thank you, go D-Town. There you go. Here, sister. Here, what you must do.
I thought when it was two or more people talking about the gospel, then the Lord is in the presence. And
Yes,
the Lord
and that makes the church, brother. The church is anywhere we are speaking holy.
Right.
So
Why
anywhere
was we
we
talking
speaking
about the Lord
holy.
together? Right. And then two, is this the Jezebel spirit of the woman that's out right now? Is that what we seeing right now? The
No,
Jezebel
what I, brother,
That
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell you what it is. It is
Let
the
me know.
spirit of Lot's wife.
Okay,
You
I
are
knew it was
about
one
to
of them.
see
I knew he
a
talked about one of
whole
them.
bunch of,
Okay.
this is a lot of
Oh,
this.
she gotta look.
This
She
is
gotta
what,
look back. She gotta look back.
this is, brother. This is what kills me about these
And
arguments.
I'm a young man too, by the way, but y'all keep going.
Yes, sir. This is what kills me about these arguments. A great many of the problems that we have with our women are going to be taken care of because they don't want to get it from us. They want to get it from God. And God already told them, you need to get it through me, through your man. Since you won't get in line, God will show you that you don't manipulate the environment. God will show you that your level of preparedness needs some more logic and aligned with it. God will show you that you cannot protect yourself against males who want what you have, whatever that is. God will show you that you cannot protect yourself from the elements, from animals, because we're going to get down to that. And those of you who do not want to get down with that, and not get mad at me, you better take it up with Nostradamus, the Apocrypha, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, the writings of the Mayans, the writings of the Incas. This time is now. And to say that Isaiah 4:1 is not now is flat out foolish. Keep with it.
Okay. Okay. Well, to that I say, well, if you want to talk about the last days, Acts 2:17 says, in the last days, God says, I will pour out my spirit upon the people, and your sons and daughters will prophesy. And your young men will see visions, and your old men will dream dreams. So if you're saying that this is the end times, sons and daughters will prophesy. So that means you cannot use my gender against me to shut me down when I'm bringing a point about men needing to be providers. The
Well,
only reason why it's now I need to shut up is now this is you're equating a YouTube panel to the church is because I said that men need to be providers, and God does
no,
not support men who are not providers to their families.
no, that's
That's
not
all
why I
I
said
said.
it. No, that's
And
not.
no, I'm
Number
telling you,
one,
that's
that
what
ain't
I
that,
didn't say.
Who is
sis, you're
supporting men
inaccurate.
not
I
being
didn't
You're
say you,
inaccurate.
sir.
providers?
I didn't say you. I was responding to you, but
To respect, Diddy,
when
when
Beans
you
was
read that,
saying to
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mama. I didn't know. Go ahead.
You're
Okay. Look,
you're
with all due respect, Diddy, when you read that scripture about providing, God didn't say he wasn't gender specific. He just said anybody that don't provide for their family is a disgrace to the Lord. He didn't say man or woman. So if
it
women are
did
not
say
trying to
man.
provide, so if women are not
So
trying to provide for the
so
women for their
let
their
me
family, they're a
It did
disgrace.
say
hold
men.
on.
It did say man, and there are
Come
different
on,
versions,
Diddy.
but it does
Come
say
on,
man.
Diddy.
Hold on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Because it
Alright,
says
y'all.
he is worse
Let's
than
Break
an
it up,
infidel.
Trigger.
this
Break it
wrong
up,
way into
Trigger. Break
2020.
it up, Trigger.
It said he is counted as
Mike,
worse
you're
Let's
than an
taking
bring
us
this
infidel.
back.
conversation all the
Open
way
up,
into
Trigger.
2023.
Well, Jeff
Go
said it's
ahead.
the last days, so here go the 2023 last days.
Go ahead, Mike. Yeah, we can't hear you, brother.
He was cutting in and out earlier. I'm hoping he's
Hey,
able
so
to get
let's put a bow on this one because I think Bean said it. Listen, I don't think any man on this panel has advocated not to be a provider, Didi. We're just saying that in this new day and age, right? The word provision has many meanings to it. Now, it should not preclude a woman being willing to provide if she has it. And that's one of the things that goes against, and this is where I agree. That's one of the reasons why women like Ebony K. Williams and a woman I heard on this hateful show, what the hell is it? Where the chicks get together and talk about things. She said that she's making $1 million something a year, but she didn't want to provide for her family because somebody had to pay private school bills. And I said, well, wait a minute. What do wait a minute, you're making $1 million plus a year. You mean you can't send your kid to private college because the man is not doing that? So that doesn't make any sense. So no man on this panel is trying to say they shouldn't be providers. Now, being said, maybe provision means something different. If you're home, you'll find something else better to do so you can fill that void of what provision means. And I agree with that. I think any man who's home like that, he will do something to make sure that he fulfills that need in his ego and all the things that go with a man being a man.
But
And
Mr. Payne,
so,
but
so,
Mr.
so
Payne,
So
I
see,
do.
that's why this
I am
argument is.
saying what you think I'm not saying, though. I am saying that. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we live in a different time. That's my point. Like, look,
I agree.
there's a certain kind of man out here who don't necessarily have to purchase the baddest chick. I'm talking about a chick, a 9 that looks really good. There's a man out here who is fine enough to that woman where he can get her in the beginning without any provisions. She's just going off the fact that this man is as attractive as she could possibly want a man to be, and so he qualifies for her in that vein, right? So what I'm saying is because we live in a day and time where women get to choose men off their looks, not off of his ability to provide, not off of his ability to protect or be a good father. They're choosing off what they want to. This is a part of equality. This is why I don't even get mad at them. This is why I push back on content creators when they say, y'all got to stop choosing men off their looks. Why? Let them. Cool. Let them do whatever it is they're going to do. Because as long as they have equality, then we have equality. They can't cherry pick it. They don't get to say, well, we get to do whatever we want to do, but you got to remain doing the things you used to do. No. That's not how I want equality. Cool. Because here's my thing. I know it's going to fail.
Wow.
So let's do it.
Wow.
Let's put equality as far as it can possibly go. And when you really get tired of it, we'll go back to the way things ought to be.
Wow.
Hey, Beans. Hey, Beans. I'm gonna call you a genius.
So, be a princess.
That's a 3-pointer from the
So
parking lot, Beans.
So you saying that you want to be the woman? You want to be the woman? You want to be the princess?
No.
No,
There
is no princess.
John, I'm a big
There
boy.
is no princess.
I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Yes.
I second that too, Beans. I want to be a princess too. Fuck all that.
I do.
Look,
It's all. Look. It's all
Black
sign language.
Dragon, hold on, man. She's addressing me.
No, EVG. We're going to follow her road. This is brilliant. We're going to follow her road.
I get it.
Okay, well, if you get it,
She's
literally saying my name.
We're not gonna advocate not for men not to provide.
Black, let Beans talk. Black, let Beans talk. Black, let Beans talk. Let Beans talk.
We're all princesses, all of us.
So here's the answer to your question, Didi. Yep, I want to be a princess. Now what?
Me too.
That's shameful.
I'll take some of that.
But
yeah, we're all princesses, all of us. Pink tutu.
Okay, and thank you for admitting that. And I feel like this is the reason why. So when we women address you guys and we say that, oh, you're sassy and things of this nature, it's because of this mind state. And this.
Okay, could you tell me?
You gonna pay all the bills?
How that?
You gonna pay all the bills?
Man, would y'all not figure this out? Let them hang their fucking selves.
Yes.
Damn, go ahead, Didi.
I think it does. I think it does suck being a man. But it's the body that you was born in. And for you to sit and want to be the woman is shameful. And, it's sad that you don't feel like you are fit to live up to what you were born to be. But I just want to pour life into you and tell you that, brother, you was meant to be the head, not the tail. So keep your head up. You got to get this together, brother, because you should want more for yourself. You shouldn't want to take the lesser role, especially when you're meant. You have the capacity for so much more.
Sure.
So I hope that you are able to do more and aspire to be more.
There you go.
Thank you so much for that.
That's 100%. So basically, what we just heard her say is that all of these women who are out here chasing the bag are out of position, and they need to go sit down somewhere, and they need to shut up, and they need to be barefoot and pregnant, and they need to relegate themselves to the bedroom. I'm cool with that. Let's all do it. Let's all get back to that. I'm straight with that. There you go. Because if you're gonna hold me to the past, then you got to hold women to the past too. If you're gonna make me relegate me to being a Neanderthal, then the women got to be Neanderthals too. You don't get to do what the fuck you want under the banner of equality, right? And say it's progression, and say you're evolving, and then tell men to stay stagnant and stay in the same position. You don't get to do that.
Well,
nope.
I'm not trying to do things.
Tell your women do you realize when you was talking, I didn't say a fucking thing? So you need to go tell your sisters, right, to stop fucking trying to be men. Stop saying men get to sleep with everybody, so why can't we? Men get to have multiple partners, so why can't we? Stop complaining about being underpaid because you're a woman. You've already acknowledged that you're not fucking equal. You can't weld as much as a man can weld. You can't do it. You can't do anything as much as a fucking man can do it. That's the point. So which one is it? You want equality or no? Because as long as you want equality, I am all for it.
I can make the argument that what you brought up the other week was a woman can do just as much as a man in some capacities. You said women can fuck more men because we have more hoes
That's a fact.
to satisfy men with.
That's a
So
fact.
okay,
Right now, how does that change my argument now? It doesn't.
it's
It
just
doesn't.
showing it
That shit
doesn't. You
doesn't.
speak
That's
in
not
terms. You're
getting things
speaking in terms
done.
of absolute.
Getting
You're
men
doing
done
a
is
lot of
not
false
getting things
equivalency.
done.
Brother, you did a lot of false equivalency, and you just agreed and argued with a whole point that I wasn't even making. But go ahead, you know what I'm saying?
Whatever straw man, false equivalency, and all this shit y'all want to bring up, cool. Use all that shit when your argument is defeated and you don't want to acknowledge it.
No, my
I
argument
got
is
you,
not
right?
defeated.
At the end of the
No,
day,
brother.
I already won this
You
argument with
decided to
you 2
argue
hours
against
ago
a point
when
that
you
wasn't being
stated
made.
that when y'all talk about equality, you're only talking about income. You lost the argument then because you cannot
No,
dictate where equality begins and ends. It's
Mm.
equal for a fucking reason. That's why
it's
it's
simple
called
because of
equality.
patriarchy. You're trying to ignore the effects of patriarchy and
No,
how
you're
patriarchal
ignoring the effects
rule.
of patriarchy.
I'm
You see,
I'm
this is
not.
my point. This is exactly what I'm saying.
You're
You
because you want
ignore
to.
everything when it's to your benefit. You said earlier that women get paid less than they shouldn't. You said earlier that black men get paid less than white men and they shouldn't. And yet you're going to quote a scripture to me that tells me a man needs to be able to provide. And in a
Yeah,
society where you're acknowledging
Yeah,
that
ba ba
there's
ba ba
racism
cha 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 da
and
da.
oppression,
Oh,
get
should
the
have come
fuck
in the
yes.
out of
Chevy. Oh,
here.
should have come in the Cadillac.
Yes,
Thank you,
all
Jesus.
of it. Yes, I'm saying all of that to you. Absolutely. Yes,
Exactly. That's why, and that's
just
exactly
like
why
you
that
want
book
to,
that
because
you
you want
love
to be a
tells you to
princess.
be quiet.
Hamalama
That's
But you
exactly
want
why
to be a
that book tells
Samalambaramba.
princess.
you to be
But
quiet
if you want to equate
because
yourself
you
to
just
me,
want to
Oh,
conflate
tells him to
everything
shut
Didi,
up,
together.
Lord.
but beans,
Didi, Didi,
if we gonna be
Didi,
equal, but beans if we
Didi.
gonna be equal. Wait. Let me make my point, Trey. But beans if we gonna be equal, and you want to be the princess, that means you got to shut the fuck up too.
Mm,
To
mm,
your point,
mm,
I do have to shut up. But guess what? I don't.
Princess.
Because according to the new princess rules, you get to be equal. You see how
mm.
this
Oh,
shit
to the
keep
boat
coming
go
back and
shall
bite
we
you
I
in
equals
didn't
your
say
again.
ass?
that.
Oh, yes, Lord, we equals
Do you
again.
see how
You
this shit
gotta
keep
listen to
coming back
me
and biting you
because
in
Oh,
your ass?
Lord, you got to listen
I
You
to
pay
ain't
this
the
gonna
man.
bills.
acknowledge it, but it
But
is.
beans, I pay the bills. Beans, you
It's
gotta
Listen
coming
to the
shut
back
up. You
and
man.
gotta
biting
shut
you in your ass.
because I pay the bills. Beans, I pay the bills. So you gotta shut up and submit because you're
Okay.
my princess now. So that
Uh,
means you shut the fuck up. And now you can't talk when the
That's
grown
Who
only
folks
in
is
the
said it ain't
talking.
about
context of
you,
church,
remember?
Because
and
you're the
that's
You said it
only in
princess.
ain't about
church.
you, it's
Since
about
I'm the one
society.
that's having to pay bills, now
You
I'm
said
the
it ain't
nigga.
about
I got
you.
to pull my
Hold
dick
on, wait a
out.
minute,
I get to
wait.
pull my dick out now.
Uncle
Because I
Jeff,
got to
wait a
pay
minute,
all these
Uncle
fucking
Jeff,
bills.
isn't this
And
the
you want to
same
be the
sister?
princess, so be
The sister
quiet.
that's trying to tell me right
Princess,
now to be quiet, ain't she the
princess,
same one
you the
who
one that
just
want to
brought
be
up
a
a scripture to
princess.
you and said, in the end days, your children and your daughters will be prophesying? See, according to you, I don't even have to
Yes,
shut
and you
up.
just said
can
you
I
wanted to
answer
be my
that?
princess.
Is it all
So
right
According
if
to
because
I
you,
you're
I
my
answer
don't even
that?
have
princess,
to
that
shut
means you
up.
need to be quiet.
I'd
Under
like
your
to
light,
answer that.
That's
you're the
amazing.
princess, so
I'd
be
like to
quiet.
answer that. Can I talk a little bit now? Didi, is it all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, go ahead, Aunt.
Thank you. All right. First, I need you to repeat the scripture, brother. If you could, Brother Vince. The question you had, could you repeat that?
Yes, I said, isn't this sister the one who just brought up to you that the scripture says in the end days our sons and our daughters will be prophesying? Therefore, we can't tell the princesses to be quiet.
Yes, sir. Now let me answer that for you. It was the problem in her question. Somehow she is elevating anything she said today to the level of prophecy. And I haven't heard a syllable. It didn't say, Mike, still talking, Didi. It didn't say in the end days, my sons and my daughters will ramble on in circles will deflect from accountability.
You're right.
It said prophesy. And I didn't hear one letter. One, if she could go back to the sentence that stands on its own, that is prophecy forward, that has nothing to do with men, I'd love to hear it. I missed that. Now, with regard to the princess analogy, this is another weapon women use. When we said we were all princesses, we made ourselves princesses to outline the folly in her argument. That world we created is now convenient for her to stay in. So from that world, she can tell you to shut the fuck up. But when we get back to the real world, which is where we're all supposed to be back, that she is fully aware of, she is rebelling from that to stay in that imaginary we're all princesses world in order to spit vitriol. And that, again, I could be wrong. I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you that that's exactly what it looks like. And that does not add up or own up to the level of prophecy. Now, Sister Didi, I ask you, if you got, let me ask my question. If I could ask my question, could you tell me a sentence that you have spoken on its own today in this conversation?
Let me address you slandering me right quick.
Okay,
while
go
I
ahead.
got this on my mind.
Sure.
No, I'm not just gonna let that rock and let you sit out there with how
that's
you
fine,
me, bro. Now the real world was this, and how the real world works was you niggas were supposed to have been providing. He brought up being a princess because he said he didn't want to be a provider. He is the one who brought up and said that, oh, you're supposed to be quiet and not even have no opinion and not talk in front of men. And then, this equating this YouTube panel to the church. So the shit is, I'm using his logic against him. So if I gotta be quiet because I'm a fucking princess and I want to be provided for, and if that's the principle, and then this YouTube panel is then he needs to be quiet under his logic. These are things that he said. I don't have any vitriol. And for you to say that I was spreading vitriol when I simply brought up the scripture that said that men are supposed to provide for their families, and if they don't, they're worse than unbelievers, that's not spreading hate and vitriol. You guys are making arguments.
Okay. Is it all right if I correct you? Is it all right if I correct you? I did not.
No, but go ahead. No, I don't need the correction. I need you to go ahead.
You're out of order and you're inaccurate. I did not say that was why you were spreading vitriol. When you told him, a man, that he need to shut the fuck up, there is no way that Isaiah 4:1 could be possibly discussing the females you discuss about speaking prophecy in the last days, because I can refer you to 4 of them. I talk about them all the time that would never find themselves almost done. That does, sister. I'm not talking about using his logic. I'm talking about what the words you used to use his logic were hateful and vitriolic.
That's the word.
And they didn't have.
That's the word. And essentially, y'all have told me to shut the fuck up. Let's be real about it. Y'all have told me to shut the fuck up. In words so short, y'all have said shut the fuck up. If you're saying you're not supposed to be speaking with me, you're basically saying
say the words.
Of course not.
Nevertheless,
No.
you don't have to play.
Here's the issue. Here's the issue. You have no interest in why we mean it. That's the issue. You have no interest in why we would mean such a thing. And that's the problem.
It is because the thing about it is you meant it because I was telling you that you need to provide. Anytime that you guys are told that you shouldn't be getting free pussy,
well, let's be clear. Let's be clear about that. Okay, let's take a poll. Let's take a poll, sis. Let's take a poll. Brother Trey, do you have an issue with men having to need to provide for their families? Yes or no?
No.
Brother Ikene, do you have a problem with men? Okay, Brother EBD, do you have a problem with men?
I have no problem at all. I have no problem.
Brother
so
EBD.
Why did all of you proclaim yourselves as princesses and say that you wanted to be princesses? Why did you? No.
Let's finish the poll. Can we finish the poll, please?
No. I want
why not?
Hold that. Why did you all say you were princesses then? With that being said, why did you all proclaim yourselves as princesses?
Well, will you allow me to answer that uninterrupted?
Well, first of all, we didn't all say that.
Damn it.
We didn't all say that.
Wait a minute. Fellas, God damn.
Okay, man,
Okay?
go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead.
Could I please be allowed to answer that uninterrupted? The reason that we said we were all princesses is because Beans was making a point that the point you were making, while valid, had not a damn thing to do with the original point. That is the only reason we all copped to being princesses. The imaginary world I spoke of before that you keep trying to anchor facts to, that was only hyperbole and does not exist right now.
So I could be so I can't be sarcastic, but y'all can.
You can be whatever you want. Just be accurate and make sense. We are not asking you to speak. No, you were not, sister. Let me answer your question for you. We do not want you to speak like a woman, and we won't speak like men. Let's just all speak like we all went to high school, graduated, and speak English. If we could start there, then we could get rid of circular arguments, we could get rid of feelings, and we could get down to actual facts. You know, the way that you build a bridge, the way that you drop a bomb on time. These are the things, and this is the way that effective communication goes down. Now, if we're just going to sit here or lay here on our stomachs and kick our feet and discuss our feelings, that's one conversation. But I don't think that's the conversation that's here. The title of the show today, the single family model isn't working. That's about facts and figures. And that's the reason that we have this contempt, is because whenever painted into any corners, Black women specifically circle the wagons around the women we are talking to, especially if they ain't them. Y'all won't allow sisters to walk the plank. And this, we keep telling you, is rapidly not becoming our problem. It's yours.
Didi, can I tell you why I was cool with the princess thing?
Sure.
I'm cool with the princess thing because I've been in relationships. Actually, my last relationship was a typical, the quote unquote 50-50 relationship. We split everything down the middle. And what I realized is that it kept her honest. She wasn't allowed to get lazy because she had to contribute. She had to get up every day. And she had to go to work because she had half the bills to pay. So I'm perfectly fine. If you want to go out there and go make all the money, I'll be more than happy to sit at home, keep the house clean. Because I've said this before, the stay-at-home mom and the stay-at-home wife to me is a scam now with all the machines that do most of the work anyway. So if you want to go out there and go make all the money, go right on ahead. I'll be happy to wash your clothes. They will be folded by the time you get home. Because if anything, you're giving me the easier one. And as I said before earlier to Trigger Mike, I'm in a position of leverage. If we're married, I'm in a position of leverage because I stayed at home. I didn't have a job. I didn't earn any money. So when I decide to divorce you and take all your shit, you don't cry about it.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, that lands the plane pretty much there. But just to answer your question real quick, I think Drake's lady wanted to say something, so let me just get this off real quick. No, I do not have a problem with men being providers or having provision in the role of provision. I can speak for probably 95%, maybe 100% of the men that say that we don't have that problem with that role. We didn't come together as a community and say we're tired of being the provider. We're not saying that, I'm tired of protecting our women and our family. We're not advocating our role in any sense of the word or respect. What I hear from women all the time is that they're done playing their part. They're done playing their role.
Wow.
They no longer wish to cook. They no longer wish to clean. They want to be in control of when we have sex. They want to be in control of a man's money. They want to be in control of whether or not we go on vacation or whether or not we eat, whether or not a man can or can't do something. They're advocating their role. We are not.
I think that's very powerful. Let me get this super chat read.
I never thought about that.
Kiki in real life, $5. This is for Chef Beans. Guess he was cooking. Play on words, Chef Beans. Then he dropped the mic and left. I don't know. I was barely paying attention. Did you get cooked or did you do the cooking?
I definitely did the cooking. Beans wanted to argue all over the place about
Dee
points that I
Dee,
wasn't.
you gotta hold that L, baby. Come on. You gotta
Ooh,
cook. You gotta cook. You gotta hold that
wow,
L. You gotta
No,
hold that
because
wow.
L.
because the thing about it was this: Beans tried to equate the church to this YouTube panel, and then Uncle Jeff read out the full scripture, and Uncle Jeff said, put it in context, and it said in the church, and then Uncle Jeff wanted to talk about the last days and how, and Mike brought up how the last days and women would be clinging on to men and all of this stuff, and then
Okay.
Beans said he wanted to be a princess, and I said men are supposed to provide, and that's what happened.
Okay, let me throw a
Let me
flag on
Dee
this
Dee,
play
Dee
let
Dee,
real
me.
quick.
you ain't get
So
cooked on
Mike,
the
now,
Mike,
wage
yeah,
I got to
gap. You
Mike,
ain't get
I
cooked
got to
on the
throw a
wage
flag
gap.
on the play.
yeah.
Okay. And just real talk in this word dojo, the closest I've had to even to a true challenge is Trey. Didi, let's not, because we can go back. I pride myself in being a wordsmith, and it sounds almost like you said that me and you are a draw or it was close. So if that's the case, we can ride this scooter one more again. Because yeah.
Oh God, please no.
What
Can
You
I
are you
see how
talking
the you
can I
about,
see
say
how
Trey? You
the
something real quick?
already
you
need to
see
make
how
the
the
game.
elderly got to ride scooters. That was
We
had to
ride this
take care of
scooter,
that.
though, bro. We can ride this space shuttle, whatever. Let's
Dee
that because
Dee,
that's not how I remember it.
The
Get up
elderly
here
got to
and
ride
whine
scooters.
all the time, and like you
Listen,
just said,
listen.
you wanted
All
to
right,
be a
let me
That's
ask
I
princess.
gotta
you.
give
Let
not
you
me
the
how
ask
I
you.
ultimate.
remember it.
Dee
Hold
You
on,
Dee,
just
y'all.
wanted.
I
This
gotta compete.
question
You
is
took
Y'all
you
for.
took
declared you
on
declared yourself a
3 guys at
princess.
the same time, Dee
So
Dee. I gotta give you.
I
I
did
gotta give you
hear.
credit for that. But
Hold
you
on.
gotta
I
hold
got
the L.
Mike
You gotta hold the L,
Trigger
Dee
Mike.
Dee.
I got
Good
all these niggas
Lord.
that admit they was
Yeah,
princess.
Mike is trying to talk. Mike, go ahead and
Mike, I
talk,
had these
man.
niggas say they was
Yeah, let
princesses.
me ask y'all this question. Okay, so Didi, this is I
I
think
had
I
these
heard
niggas admit they was princesses.
I heard a little bit about your provider talk. So let's have this discussion in like 2023. So if a man is holding his house down, his wife work whatever rinky-dink job or whatever, maybe she's going to school, she's upskilling herself, he holding it down, saving money, paying the bills, they taking care of the kids, whatever. She gets a job that makes more money than he makes. Is he now not known as is he now not a provider?
He's
Hello.
still a
Dee, you don't want to
provider.
answer that?
Ask it again.
A man is doing what he needs to do, pay the bills in the house, doing everything he needs to do. His wife upskills herself, which most women do because their husband's holding shit down so they can use their money for whatever, right? She gets a job that makes more money than him eventually. Is he now not a provider because she makes more money?
No, him making less money to her is not about him. That doesn't just stop him from being a provider.
As
If
long as
as
we
long as
tracking.
he's paying the motherfucking bills, he's a provider. If he's not paying the bills, he's not a provider.
Oh
She
shit.
can
So
make
hold on,
more
hold on,
money,
hold on, hold
that's
on, hold on,
cool.
hold
Yeah,
on,
But
but
hold
she's
on.
she
making
can't.
more money.
Let me ask you. Okay. Step number 2. He now says, "Oh damn, babe. All right, word. I'm going to take off work for 2 years to upskill myself. You make more than I did, and I held everything down." Is he now not a provider?
I would still consider him a provider as if he got that 2 years though. If he don't make good in that 2 years, give it 2.5.
That ass is
Then
on
I
the
ain't gonna call
clock.
him no provider no more.
He on the clock.
This is
He
I'm
on
about
the
to say
clock.
this
He
is
on
Okay.
the clock.
the reality.
He's supposed to be.
I
Wait a
need
minute.
you to
Wait.
to start
That's it.
something and see it through.
That's not fair. That's not fair to
That's why you
Didi.
shouldn't even do nothing
That's
for their
not fair to
asses.
Didi, fellas. He's
Cause
supposed to
I'm
be
not
on the
told you
clock.
this in my personal life. That's what I did. When it
That's
came down
not
to it,
fair.
I will tell you from personal experience. That's what I did. I went on and I worked 3 jobs to take care of everything while we fought for my ex-husband's disability case for him to get full benefits for that. So
Girl,
he
that was
took
your
on
benefit. You got
full.
those benefits. Stop lying.
No, actually, when we did get that daggone back pay and that money, he ended up spending half of it on his. Matter of fact, it won't even have more than half of it. We got $44,000, and within 6 months, we were $25,000 in debt, and I had absolutely no fucking idea because I wasn't in control of the fucking back pay money, and he was taking. He decided to help out other family members and
Wow.
give money to his
Oh,
mama
that
and all
nigga
of these different
crazy as
people.
Yeah,
hell.
So
somebody need to
these
tell me
are
how
the
to
type
get
of
44
things that
grand in back
happen.
pay.
He deserved
My
to
should
get
be
his
like
ass
So
whooped.
1200.
For real.
I need to know how to
Yeah,
get
Did you
44
whoop
but
his
grams
this is
back.
ass,
real
Didi?
life.
Right.
Did you whoop his
Yeah, he
ass?
need his ass whooped. That's
You should have
terrible.
put
You know what?
hands
I
on him.
did not, but I wanted to.
You
You know, we're not gonna derail this. You're not gonna be the victim in this. The man is the victim, goddamn it. Is he not?
What?
I looked at him as the victim because he was a disabled veteran, but at the end of the day, when he did get right, he ended up squandering the money because he ain't. This is new money, and people don't know how to handle that.
Yeah.
And you know, his family was users. They sniffed that out, and that was that. But it ended up putting a strain on our marriage. That's part of the reason why we not together now. I am the
25K in
woman that
debt.
has did some of this stupid shit y'all
Yeah,
advise women on doing, and
25K
it
in
ain't work.
random 25K in random ass consumer debt. Oh yeah, we beefing. We beefing.
No, it won't even random ass consumer that. This was past debt that I had no idea about. It ended up catching up on him. And 15,000 of that was an old car that he ended up getting repoed before I met him and didn't know
Hey,
about that. And then
not
it was
not
the
now that we
taxes ate
playing.
him up with 10 stacks. So I had no idea about none of this.
could have just set
All
it.
right,
What
I'm
did
You
gonna
y'all
could have
do?
bring
just
up.
used the money
Didi,
Hold on
and
real
set
quick.
up for
what did y'all do with the other
12,000.
19? What did y'all do with the other 19?
He bought him a car, he bought me a car, and we bought some
So you
furniture.
got a car. God damn.
Oh,
Oh, so
He
now
bought
she
me a
got a
car,
car
but
out of
guess
it.
what though? It was a used car. And on top of
Oh,
that, the car, he
That's
put
the
the car
only
in
way
his
you're
name.
supposed to
He
buy
put
your
the car in
cars.
his
bruh.
name. He
That's
put the
the
car
only
in
Bruh,
way
his
you're
they
name.
supposed to
leave
And guess
buy your
out
what?
cars.
He put the car in his
details,
name.
bro.
The
When I
car
tell you
only
they leave
lasted
out
for 2
details,
years. And by the time I left the marriage, I didn't even have that car.
bro, they
So
don't leave out
none
details
of the
on this
money
shit.
was invested at all.
So
none.
no, it was supposed to have been invested. I bought a salon equipment that I had in storage the whole time that I was working all these jobs. I had a salon that I was keeping in storage that I was gonna open up my salon when we got this daggone settlement money. We got this back pay. And the money come then within months, it's gone. What money?
He
All
he
right,
would
Where's
let
have
me
had
it?
get.
You
more
know,
fun.
I'm gonna drop this intro. Hold on, y'all.
there's a saying,
He
and
would
it
have had
says
more fun with
if you
strippers
can't
and
manage
cocaine.
$1,000, you can't manage 10,000. You can't manage 10,000. You can't manage 100,000. You can't manage 100,000. You can't manage 1,000,000.
Damn
And
right.
that's very important. And I think that's a prime example. A lot of people don't know what to do with money if they never actually had it. They think that money will solve their problems a lot of the times, and in most cases, it actually causes and creates more problems in the long run.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, let me get
Sit here and act like
BMU is
she
in the
wasn't
back
spending
coming
that
up.
man money. Y'all gonna
Let me
really
get the
act
next.
like she wasn't spending that man money. Come on, bro. Get off the
Man,
gas.
they be leaving out
I
details, bro.
Get
won't.
off
We
the
went from
gas, bro. But
about to be on your side till you got a
but
whole goddamn used car. I can't believe this shit, man.
yeah, like
Let me
come
get
on,
this
bro.
next.
She was
Let me
using
get
that
this
money
next.
too, fam. It's crazy.
She like,
That's the
damn, I
same way
should have
about the
said that,
dope
bro.
I
dope
didn't have
dealers.
access to his bank account.
And
Did you
you
buy?
did too.
Did
Man,
you
go
get to go
on,
shopping
man.
at all,
Go
Didi?
I
on,
bet
She
you was
did.
shopping.
Don't even lie. She did.
Didi was shopping
You
and
just getting
getting her
wrong.
hair and
You
nails
getting
done.
mad. The nigga
If
that
he
you
would
I
have
with is
do
bought
a
her a
nails.
brand
fiery
new,
ass nigga. You
I
gotta
do
accept
hair.
if
what
he
it
I
would have,
is.
do nails.
if
All
he
right,
would
let
have
me get
bought her
this
a
What
next
else
brand
does
question
he
new
got?
out.
car with the money, she wouldn't have
Brought her
complained
the
at
car. She
all.
talking about she do nails. She got
She'd been thank you.
hair salon stuff. How all that shit get up in there? Come on, man. Quit playing with us, man.
All right,
I
let
Oh,
me
bought
ask
the
the
hair
next question,
salon
y'all,
stuff.
so I can bring BMU up. The next question on the docket: could you live in a multifamily situation if you had to, or do you absolutely have to live alone? Anybody can go.
Let me just go
I
first.
enjoy
Yeah,
my
the answer,
solitude and my
you just,
peace.
yeah, if this is going around the horn, yeah, I could if I had to. I almost did. My mother-in-law was going to move in with us, I believe. So she needed it, but she didn't last that long. But she would have moved in. We would have made a space for her, just for sure. But anyway, we took over her place when she passed. But anyway, yeah, I would have, because I was used to that when I was younger. I already told that part of the story. So I'll add it there. Who's next? Ekene, you there? Or who's next?
It's
Oh, that
Ekane.
wasn't me. That wasn't
Oh, it's
me.
on you, Ekane, to answer the question.
Huh?
You got an answer to that
Could
question? Did
you
you move
live in a
in?
multifamily unit or do you have to live alone?
I would say this, right? You know, most of us we are raised in a multi-family, so I don't have a problem with that. We have we raised with our cousins, brothers, mother and grandma coming. Auntie's coming, uncle's coming, so I don't have a problem with that. As long as there is enough room for everybody, or some people.
I couldn't do it. I like living alone. I like the solitude. You know what I enjoy? I enjoy waking up in the morning and hearing the birds chirp and then making my coffee, and I don't hear nothing. There's nothing going on in my house. There's nobody there. I love that. I love doing that every morning. The only person who gets to run around my house and make a bunch of noise and clink clacking around is my 5-year-old daughter, and she gets a pass. But other
My
than that,
man, my man.
other than that, I don't even like people in my house. So no, I prefer to live alone. Listen. I'm a lone wolf guy. I could live alone. I'll be just fine. Like I said, my daughter gets a pass because that's just my boo. I love her, but outside of that, nobody else.
Hey Trey, you know what? You're gonna be an excellent curmudgeon when you get a little older.
Oh my God, welcome.
What'd you say, Rich?
You're gonna be an excellent curmudgeon. When they put curmudgeon in the dictionary, your face is gonna be right there.
Man.
Listen, even if I dated a woman seriously, we couldn't live together. I don't ever want to live with a woman ever again. She can have her house. I'll have mine. We can link up when we need to link up. Listen, Uncle Jack, I'm telling you, I have the biggest smile on my face when I come downstairs and I hear them birds chirp and I go out on my balcony. I take my coffee out on my balcony and I'm like, this is peaceful. I love peace. And as I've gotten older, I've wanted more and more peace. I've enjoyed the quiet.
You sound just like my brother, man. That's just
you're getting closer and closer to that AARP lifestyle, brother. That's all that is.
No. I'm not even 40 yet.
I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna
I know, Trey. I'm fucking with you.
I'm not gonna let you do it.
What's up, King Spark? Go ahead, man.
What's going on, family? What's going on?
How you doing? All right,
man. I'm doing
what you
good,
got on
man.
the question?
Can I live in a multi-family? You mean somebody else? I'll share a little bit of story with y'all. I'm moving out of a multi-family situation right as we speak.
Wow.
Getting up out that bitch. So my answer is no. I'm with Trey. I'm Trey. I'm right behind you, brother. I'm trying. I'm on that type of move right now. Cause honestly, I don't care what nobody say, man. These women, man, they are selfish and they are ungrateful to a crazy length. It's unbelievable almost what you could do if you buy a woman a 500 band, she gonna say, why you ain't give me the 6? I just feel like that's how it is, man. Every man for themselves these days. You know what I mean? Keep everything separate and we can have fun. We can link up together and have fun when we have fun. And that's about it, man. That's about it.
All right, Diddy, go ahead.
I am absolutely for it. I like family. So for me, I wouldn't mind if my husband's mother or father had to come in and we had to take them in. And I also wouldn't mind if my grown children decided to get married and, they said, hey, we need to be able to save up for a house. I wouldn't mind them coming and living with us for a period of time for them to be able to save up to do that. So I'm okay with that. But I do enjoy living alone. So like Ikene said, with provided there's enough space. So as long as there's enough space, I'm cool with that.
All right, BMU, since you just came up, go ahead.
Yes, because I grew up in the South. So yes, I remember having all the kids sleeping in one area, stepping over each other to go to the damn bathroom, all of us eating at the same time. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was great because you had all your cousins there, your siblings there. It was great. As an adult, I believe that if your children are getting married and going in the right direction, if they needed a place to lay their head while they were saving, um, then that would be a good opportunity for them to stay until they. But I don't want to hear no fucking. But other than that, I don't want to hear my daughter and then to my daddy and shit. And to no nigga, I don't really handle that. So if y'all gonna fuck, just go out by the woods or something, or go in the car. But other than that, man, I'm just being funny. But other than that, I think that I think it can work both ways. I know what my boy Trey was saying about hearing the birds chirping. But hey, when you get 50, 60, 70 years old, man, you know, and you reach over in that bed, ain't nothing there but they goddamn Walmart fitted sheet. It's gonna get pretty rough, man. You know, when you get older. So, but Trey just be talking shit. Trey will be married in a year, so he just talking.
What? No, listen,
Yeah,
I got, black man, I got vampire rules. She got to be gone before the sun come up. So I ain't worried about all
oh
that.
god damn.
Uh,
Yeah, black man.
Can I
Black man.
chime in?
Yeah. What's
Trey
up? What's
was
up?
raised in the East Coast.
How y'all
Huh?
Who's
doing
that?
today?
All right. Was that true?
You all right?
Yeah,
What's
Yeah,
good,
go
I,
ahead.
True?
I, what's going on? I've been enjoying the conversation, but I had to jump up and just, try to let me rock out for a second because I believe that, and we're all fairly aware. But this argument and discussion about who's supposed to provide man's position, woman's position, is missing one element, and I'm kind of disappointed because if I understand correctly, the way the structure was built, God is the provider, man is the vessel.
Whoops.
The man is
Uh-oh.
not solely
Whoops. Come on, young man.
He preaching.
he's the vessel. And it's interesting that we're still having this conversation that just because I have a scrotum or balls and just because she has a vagina or whatever, that we're arguing over a system that man built to be able to provide for his family through current technological advances. The structure in the garden that God provided everything. Man was only supposed to support and allow himself to be a vessel for what God provided. That's the natural order.
And to rule over it. Yeah.
And to rule over it. Now, through
Yes.
our decision, we all know the story, so I'll spare the details. We have created, chaos amongst each other. Vessel that has not changed. The problem I don't understand with young ladies and sometimes even men is that they don't understand they are the resource. You're always supposed to be in a position to be utilized for the system that the universe is, as well as the system we provided. So this argument that women are making money and then who is the head of household is stupid because the head of household is because nothing in this planet will be ushered without our support. We are still running this damn country, this world. Nothing has changed. The problem is that it's now being boiled down to something as small as dollar figure, and it's kind of dumb. It's almost juvenile. If we want to use provision, we need to understand the gambit of the word, multifaceted word. So there shouldn't be men, in my opinion, pushing the agenda to women to try to understand this. I think Trey touched on it. I believe, what's the gentleman's name? Where did he go? The podcast gentleman. He was cooking and saying
Beans.
that beans. Men just need to continue to do what the heck we do. We're aware of what it is that we provide, that we truly provide. Talking is more action than words. Keep at it, gentlemen. Just keep at the work.
My man.
Just like Beans others said, women are going to have no choice but to acquiesce. Those who want to get on board will. Those who don't, won't. But the problem is that we're still looking at us as individual gods. God is the provider. Provide. God has provided everything because I don't know no man has invented air. I don't know no man has invented electricity. I don't know no man has invented gravity. Everything we're doing is borrow concepts from the creator himself. And now digress.
And the creator said that you have to work to eat, right? It said if you don't work, you don't eat, right?
Yeah, right. Well, hold on now. The
Who
Bible
who
says
who is
a
who is
man, a man, a
clink
man
who
that
is
don't
that
work,
Damn.
clinking on a
a
plate?
man, a man that don't.
Ain't
Hold on.
eating right now, but
That was
How do we get back on the bum track?
Yeah, let's not go back there.
that was
let's
a
not go
mic
back
drop.
there. We ain't go back to the Bible right now.
Okay.
We're just
No,
answering the
not the
question.
Bible.
We're just answering the
Bums.
question.
No.
Yeah,
That's what. But hold on. Enter the dragon. We don't have
go
to
ahead,
go
Biggie.
deep down in it, but you have to address her. You have to address her.
We had this conversation. Like they
No,
had this
black man. We've
conversation
been
like 2
No,
addressing
hours.
this
we
all
2
afternoon.
hours.
we talked about
Here's
it
the
for an
point.
Already
hour.
done it for 2
Here's
hours.
the
We
point.
we trying
Here's
to
the
answer the
point.
question.
Whenever you discuss the black women that you have a problem with, they hit you back with the black men who shouldn't be speaking.
Yep. There you go.
They hit you back with the dudes who shouldn't be speaking. We have
There you go.
already said, we have gone around and around this, and I bet you we're going to hear it again because it's the only hill to stand on. Men who don't provide. We're not discussing them. We have acquiesced them. We have called them bums. We have kicked them off the edge of the earth. But still, every time we make a point, we have to hear something about them. Is there anybody unclear that we are not
That's their
saying?
go-to. That's their go-to.
And you're gonna hear it again, bro. And that's why I'm
Yep.
trying to tell you not to go down that road. We've
Hey,
been down
okay.
that road over and over,
I
and
got
nobody's been unclear about it.
Hang on, let me
I got you.
D-Town, D-Town, you up, D-Town. Go ahead.
Hey, appreciate that, Uncle Jeff.
D-Town, you up if you hear us. D-Town?
He may not be there.
Yeah.
Well, hey, let me just answer the question of could I live in a multifamily situation?
Yes.
Because ironic, because the irony
I'm
of
gonna go
the
next.
question. Okay. But the irony of the question is that I live in a multifamily house, 3,300 square foot, 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. It's me and my sister. No dog, no cat. Maybe a few ants or something. Maybe some bees outside. That's about it, right? But I have more than enough room to accommodate like multiple people, right? I mean, I haven't even hosted a party yet. I probably should, but like, I did live in a multi-generational house when I came back from Japan. So I lived with my father and his wife, my stepmom. It was me, my mom, stepmom, dad, my sister, my half sisters. We're all living in a house. Like, I think it's 3-bedroom, but we're making it work, right? So I've lived in that situation before, and it was pretty fun. You get your extended family, you're having cookouts, you're having dinner, school, the whole nine. But now that I'm an adult, I kind of want my own space. I don't mind if you're over here as family, but there's a clock to it. When it's your house, I believe when you're a grown-ass man and you made your own like kingdom, your house, your rules, right? I think that there's no problem with extended family or family coming to stay with you, but that has a clock. It has a clock because if they're moved in, it doesn't become your house anymore. They talk to you somewhere along the way. They feel like they can talk to you any way they want. When it's your parents or somebody else's parents, they can do whatever they want. They want to dictate the rules of the house, even though you're paying the bills for it. So there's always a clock. Christmas, Thanksgiving, maybe your birthday, you're out. That's what I would say.
Agreed.
D-Town?
Man, do y'all be listening to them birds chirp though? I mean, they just sound so happy and peaceful.
I can't hear him. Uncle Jeff, you got
they just got done fucking. That's why.
Could I live in a multifamily situation? Well, y'all already know how I feel about that word. The reason that we call these multifamily situations is because we don't understand them as a tribe. Black people, that's not even our shit. We live in villages, and we are going back to that. And what I say to, I could live in either. I'm prepared to live in either. I am very comfortable in my own head, very, and could easily be a hermit. I could easily be a recluse. However, I could easily do the other as long as there was a sense of order. There would have to be order, and I'll land it here. Whichever one you say that you prefer, you better know. You better be sure that that's what you like, because when that grand fissure, when that grand crack strikes, there will be no in between. It will be the people who clanned up and the people who came together that survived, and the people who are like Trey, who, if the shit hits the fan, I am absolutely self-sufficient. Those are the two groups. All the wishy-washy niggas in the middle, God bless you.
So, Jeff, let me ask you this. Does that mean the nuclear family as well, or the secure nuclear family? Because we're making a distinction here. This whole thing today says that even the nuclear family is failed, right?
Yeah.
We kind of see that, right? So,
yeah.
Is it because the nuclear family has failed, or is the social programming will even fail with the communal family? Because people can't even get along with each other. So, so the family structure is so broken. What does really living together mean?
I think one brought about the other. I think, what's done at home spreads abroad. I also believe, again, if you look at this, the way the power elite look at it, we put these families together, these groups of workers, because we needed human work. We don't need that anymore. So we have put in place these erosion weapons of the media, of the feminist movement, of. We put these things in place to disassemble that nuclear family you were discussing. That nuclear family that you discussed was never really for you until slavery was abolished, and they didn't really give a shit what you did. So all of this is being washed away as a society under our very feet if you just look at it. So when you get rid of that, you start to go back to what really works, which is the tribalism, which is my group of people is cool with Trader Nomad. When Trader Nomad rode through here with his daughter, as long as he want to stay, he good. But we understand that Trader Nomad ain't going to stay unless, of course, one of these women in my tribe, who, if they're going to be in my tribe, will be absolutely orderly, can convince him otherwise. But if not, Trey gets to move on through. And while he here, as long as he's honest about what's following him, we got his back.
So
that's what, and that's how we people live.
Let me put this out to everybody then. Do everybody agree with what Uncle Jeff just said about the
Hell yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Who said that?
Me.
Can you expand?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that he said that. Like, if someone comes to, like, again, he used Trey. If I'm at my house and Trey, and just give an example right now. If me and Trey have talked offline, online, whatever. If Trey said, man, I'm in Dallas, I need a place to lay my head real quick for a night or so. Hey, bro, come on, man, you good. Right? Anything come to my house for Trey, I got Trey back. I'm not going to sit there and say, nigga, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? If something follows him there, which hopefully it won't, because he won't allow that to come into my house and harm my family or nothing like that. Because that's not the kind of person Trey is. But yeah, he need a place to stay. Absolutely. And I know, just like if I go somewhere, if I end up in New York or something, or Brooklyn or something, and I call Black David, I need a place to stay in my head. Yes, come on over. You know.
Gotcha.
So I think the tribal thing is a beautiful thing.
Okay, so let me ask you in a
while I like my peace, I
Uncle
don't
Jeff,
have a
you could
problem
ask,
with
does anybody else want
doors to people.
So in the situation that we are in society, where we asked the ladies a question, Mike asked the ladies a question about would they want their mothers, the mothers-in-law to move in, and I would imagine their own mothers, with the angst from one generation to another. How do we fix? How does going back to a village actually work in the fact that we have generational divides and everything else? Necessity or what? Are we talking about necessity driving it?
I'll go first if I can. Not only is necessity going to drive it, everything else will be eaten. Every other ideology will be destroyed because you are going to have to survive. And in this survival order, and this, here's the picture. All the cities, are we all noticing how much architecture and building is going on in cities right now while we're talking about how bad the economy is and with the borders open? Well, there's reason for that. Because the cities are going to be the shit. Opulence, availability, access, anything. Everywhere else, beyond the Thunderdome, nigga, you're going to be on your own. And in those situations, many of those situations, outside of these cities, the only people who are going to survive are the people who are like Trey, extremely self-sufficient, that runs with a team of other self-sufficients or people who have tribes who were smart enough to go, you're an electrician, I'm a plumber, he's a weapons expert, he knows this, he knows that, he can farm, and we all got together and decided we were going to take care of these people, and all the men who were down with the way we thought, if they didn't know, we got them with who would train it. We got a teacher in here, we got a doctor in here. Those people are going to survive. That's not a family. This system doesn't need families anymore. So anybody who doesn't get into one of those categories real tight, like you a nomad, but you know what you're doing, or you in a tribe and you're valuable, if you aren't either one of those, you out.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, quick question. How likely is the nomad during a case of where it's survival? How likely is the nomad to actually go team up with the tribe? Because for survival reasons.
It depends on the tribe, and it depends on the nomad. If the nomad comes across a worthy tribe, if he can see, usually that kind of thinker is not willing to come into a situation and have to want to lead it. He's a lone wolf for a reason. If he gonna come into a situation, it's gonna have to be on some Camelot shit. It's gonna have to be one nation under a goddamn groove that makes sense for him to better himself and to better the situation. If it's just bettering the situation, that dude's not gonna do that. If that does that kind of answer it, Trey?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's all interesting. I don't know. So it's all interesting stuff. I just, I'm trying to see what's going to be the nexus to get us there. What's going to be the driving force to get us there? Because
the four horsemen of the apocalypse are Payne. That's who. I keep telling you this, bruh. The next thing, when the grid go down, natural catastrophe, cyber attack, whatever, that's going to drive it. This is the same thing that is driving feminism in the place that rhymes with two planes. The same thing. Nothing is out. Feminism only, yes.
Indeed. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here.
All right, Mike.
I'll shut it down. Thanks everybody for coming up.
Peace.
Peace. We'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Shout out to the princesses.
All right, get the fuck. You know what? You out of here. Bye. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming through the Trigger Mike show. Fatty is on right now. Go support my guy, Team Fatty, talking about Simp Satan betrays raw B privilege for clout. Oh shit. Well, you heard him. Go hit up Team Fatty channel. And thank y'all for coming through today. I'm out. Catch y'all tomorrow. The single family model is not working. We got to rethink this, man. Y'all about to be in trouble. Worst part is many people aren't going to listen. And then don't be coming to my house when you need help. Because I got my shit together and I'm ready for the apocalypse. All right, I'm out, y'all.